Not likely. We're not conditioned that way. The last time we had a court reporter, she sat right up here in front. Well, where would it work best for you? Do the best we can.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Oh, great. Good for you. That would help.
I think you read my writing.
Would help. Well, once again, everybody, good evening. I will, at 7:05 p.m., convene the April 27th regular meeting of the Planning Board of the Township of West Windsor. This is to advise that notice of the time, date, location, and to the extent known, the agenda of the subject meeting was prominently posted in a public place reserved for such or similar announcements, transmitted to the Times of Trenton, the Princeton Packet, and West Windsor and Plainsboro News, and filed with the Township Clerk on April 21st, 2022. Cindy, please call the roll.
Here.
Ms. Bobby.
Yes.
Mr. Chappelle.
Here.
Mr. Pinto. Mr. Hoberman.
Here.
Mr. Bed. Applicant.
Here.
Councilwoman Mandel.
Here.
Mayor Morante.
Here.
Vice Chairman Clark.
Here.
Chairman O'Brien.
Yes. Thank you, Cindy. Does any member of the public have any comments concerning any matter that is not on the agenda for tonight's meeting?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. John Church, 11 Princeton Place. I'm a member of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. This has nothing to do with zoning, and it does have something to do with the dinky, and therefore may be of interest to the Planning Board because of the possible impacts with the Vaughan Drive extension. Last evening, there was a Zoom presentation about New Jersey Transit's plans regarding the dinky rail service. He reported on the survey that was recently completed that I think most of you know about. You might have seen the Zoom presentation last night. If so, this will be repetitive. Here are the main points. Alternatives 1 and 4 have been advanced for further study, and alternatives 2 and 3 will no longer be considered. Alternative 1 would have had light rail embedded in a shared bus rapid transit roadway with a separate bicycle and pedestrian path. The bus line would extend into downtown Princeton and as far as the Princeton Shopping Center on North Harrison Street. It would require replacing several bridges and installing other new infrastructure. Alternative 4 would retain the present heavy rail service that we're all familiar with. The Arrow cars that they now have would possibly be replaced with bi-level cars with some associated expense. Although this was the least popular of all 4 alternatives, it is being retained as a standard of comparison because among other reasons, it has the lowest overall cost. So the conclusion is that some form of rail service between Princeton and Princeton Junction will be retained. Bus rapid transit alone will no longer be in the picture, but if alternative 1 is pursued, then both bus rapid transit and light rail would be available. For further details, you could just look up Princeton Transitway Zoom meeting on the internet, and you will see the complete presentation. It's my understanding that the actual meeting will be was videotaped and will be presented at some, and it'll be good to see.
For that update. Our main item of business tonight is the continuation of application PB 21-11, labeled JDN Enterprises LLC. Mr. Petrino, you're representing the applicant, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Do I understand that the applicant in this application?
We were asked to bring the material indicating as well as sample of the proposed fence. We have both. We can do that now, or we can do that.
Well, I think it's up to some of us up here, so discussion.
Okay. So first witness would be Joe. Yeah, sure. Oh, I'm sorry. DiGiorgio, he's with the engineering firm that prepared the plans. His associate could not be here tonight because it is his son's first birthday. So we've excused him. And so we'd have to qualify Joe, and then he can take you through the materials.
Let's first have him sworn.
Yeah, if you could stand. If you could. Sorry. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony we're about to give will be the truth?
Yes,
So sworn or affirm. Please state your full name and spell your last name.
sure. Joseph DiGiorgio, Joseph DI capital GIORGIO.
Thank you.
Joe, I know you're employed in what capacity?
I'm employed by Arco Design Build Industrial. I'm the vice president of architecture.
What is your educational background and what license do you hold in the state of New Jersey and are they currently?
Yes, Bachelor of Architecture from Kent State University, Master of Architecture and Environmental Design from Kent State University. I've been in the architecture and construction industry for 15 years. Currently licensed in New Jersey and about a dozen other states. I've testified in New Jersey about 30 other times. New Jersey license is in good standing, yes. Not this one, no.
And your license is as an RA?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
And you work with working in the
That is correct. I was personally involved in this project, yes.
For anybody that, is there anybody that disagrees with his being an expert? So be it.
Bill, why don't you take us through the board and I guess we're up to exhibit.
A8.
A8. So this is exhibit. Sure, this is a finished sample presentation, dated 4/25/22. (2022). And this was A8, correct?
Correct.
Mr. DiGiorgio, can you rotate your easel just a little bit so more members of the public might be able to see what you're talking about?
I do have 11 by 17 copies if the board would like me to pass those out as well.
Yeah, 11 by 17.
That'd be great.
Okay, so the board here is, as I said, presentation of the finished samples. This is a rendering, corner rendering of the entrance of the project here as you enter the site. And then we have a 2D elevation, just kind of highlighting the specific materials here. So in general, 5 paint colors. And then we have 4 or 5 different hard samples. And these are, we can take these off so everyone can touch them, feel them, pass them around if we needed to. So I'll go over the paint colors first. We have 3 light gray field colors and then 2 accent colors in a light pale blue and then a deeper blue. These paint colors usually have a medium texture paint, and it's almost like a sand texture, just to kind of hide some imperfections, and it gives a better all feel for the look of the building. Right, these are concrete panels, and we want to show some texture on them. We have gray glass. This is a low E glass coating, and I believe we talked previously where we are open to providing some spandrel glazing where you would not be able to see into the warehouse. And then at the lower areas, we do have the low E glazing at the office areas, designated office areas. So it's a gray glass throughout the building. We have a stone. It's called a Decton stone. And this is to emphasize the entrance. It's designated at the primary entrance here, and it kind of wraps around from the top and goes down. We have a canopy in an aluminum composite metal panel that identifies the canopy. The aluminum mullion finish will match the canopy, and the brake metal color would be the coping and gutters and downspouts. That's all the materials we have.
Questions for this witness? Sue? Utica? Mayor? Mike?
No.
Rob?
No.
Alan?
Just one question. The elevation drawing that you passed out to us, what am I looking? Is this from the view from the 571?
Yes, that's the primary entrance.
So this,
The southeast corner, right?
the elevation.
That would be that is the this one right here.
No, the one above.
This one right here.
No, the other one. Yes.
This faces on plan. If there's a site plan, I know it was oriented north to the right.
Same as this.
This is the called the east elevation right here. This would be the east elevation. Yes,
So that faces East Windsor essentially.
correct.
Do you have any, are you going to be using the same type of finishes on the other side of the building that faces the home?
Yes, that's correct. On the other side, there is not a Decton stone panel above that secondary entrance, but it is painted to look as if it were the Decton color.
Okay, and will you also have the, the gradations of colors you have? It looks like almost columns. It's hard to describe.
Yeah, so I'd say it's every 25 to 30 feet, we do break up the length of the building with a gradient color pattern. So we go from the field lighter gray color, which is like a winter white. Then we go to a foggy gray, which is the medium gray. And then within that foggy gray panel, right, it's 2 panels, probably 24 feet wide. That's where we introduce the accent colors, the blue, the light blue, the deep dark blue.
So that'll be on the dock side as well.
On the dock side, so those schemes are on the east,
Right.
south, and north. On the dock side, if you look at the colored 2D elevations, which I believe was exhibit 5. Exhibit 5. A5, we have on the corners, it does wrap around the corner. And then along the dock wall, it is a consistent color of the P6 winter white. And then the darker gray should be on the bottom of the dock wall.
Thank you.
Mr. Shekel, would you like to see Exhibit A5?
It would be appreciated to refresh my memory. Thank you.
And I know it was requested to bring large prints. I do have those as well. Yes.
Keep your binoculars on.
Yeah, so at the top, this is the west elevation facing west. The two corners do have the enhanced paint schemes. And then, as I said, these are the clear story windows, docks, and then at the right around the 4-foot line, we generally paint it a darker color along the dock wall.
So it'd be darker and then a lighter on the above.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Curtis,
I'm okay for that.
Andrea. Thank you, Mr. DeGiorgio.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Joe, you want to just present the material that we'll be using
For the what?
for the fence at the rear?
So this is the material sample of the fence product. It would be running horizontal. It's I forget the name of the color, but it's intended to complement the building beyond.
And that sample is a sample of the color of the fence that would be installed.
That's correct.
Is
And let's
that going to
m-
have a,
Let's mark that as A9.
is that going to have a filler inside there? I think we were told something about a sound buffer filler.
I think some of our other professionals can speak more about that. I'm not.
And
Sure.
would it be possible for you to pass that like around the,
This one?
And can that be marked, or should we just kind of mark it virtually? Can that, is the-
Nine and we'll have to get a stick here or something.
yeah, okay, that's fine. If you could,
Mrs. Barber, you want to pass that around the board?
yeah, I think so. I think it'd be a good idea.
yeah, if somebody could let us know if that will have a filler inside it.
Joe, what's the length of those fence units that you have in hand?
The length in the
Yeah,
horizontal
of
dimension,
Of those units, right?
That's a sample.
that I
mean,
cannot
it's a
answer.
long fence,
Right,
so-
yeah, correct. I think it determines on the height of it and the span and the vertical posts on there.
And
I'm
are the
not sure.
vertical posts the same color or a different color?
I think someone can better answer that other than me. I don't know. Don't know. I think we,
Joe, I noticed that sample is hollow. You know what goes into that opening?
there would be a rigid foam, like a high density foam inside of that.
So it would be,
So is that for sound?
To my understanding, yes, that would assist with the sound, yes.
so it would be completely filled with a high density foam in it, what we're seeing now. Thank you.
So the level of how much sound you reduce depends on what you put inside there? The material you put inside, it's like an insulation?
I think, Mr. Mayor, that would be better directed for sound, or I say sound acoustical. Jack, you want to?
Jack Sabora, Lewis Goodfriend and Associates. I was previously sworn in, and it was at the last meeting. The panel you have in front of you is hollow. That is the STC 31 panel. They hit that rating with a hollow panel. They do have an option to have an insert, a foam insert, which boosts that performance to STC 39 for even better acoustical performance. But our modeling considered the STC 31 hollow panel.
So would you be putting STC 39 or STC 31?
Currently proposing STC 31. I'm sure if the board wishes to have 39, that would be acceptable.
Yeah, I think last week We were told there was going to be a filling in there, so I'm assuming.
I'm not sure who testified to that. I don't think. it would be. But there is an option for a filler. If that's the preference of the board, I would think that would be acceptable.
That would block more sound. I would prefer that. I don't know.
You want to make that decision at this time, applicant?
So STC 39 is the highest you can go?
From that particular manufacturer, yes.
Okay.
At some point, so the STC is the sound that goes through the panel. And at some point, it's the sound that goes up and around the fence that really controls things. So it doesn't, even if you had an STC 60 wall, it doesn't really matter because the sound going over the top and around the sides is going to be the controlling factor. That's why 30 is usually my minimum, so that you're at least, better going through than what's going to be going above and really controlling
And
things.
the difference between 31 and 39 is just cost?
Yes.
Using the wall as defined, 31, whatever. Before that. That meets the noise standards, both daytime and nighttime at the property.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, our modeling assumed the 31.
Yeah, we would prefer to stay with the wall as designed and not add additional material which really doesn't have an impact, as Jack pointed out, because sound goes up and over.
If the board preferred the ST 39, would the applicant be willing to do that?
I think let's defer that. We'll talk about that later.
Someone else asked about spans between columns. My understanding is a typical span is 12 feet, but they do have an option to go up to 16 feet between columns. They can obviously cut them if a shorter column is needed to finish the wall or have a column at a specific location.
I just have a question. Is this fence the same one that you have on Cranberry Road at that new building going up?
I did not work on that project. I don't believe it is the same. I think that is a wooden barrier up at Cranberry Roads, from what I'm being told.
So
Okay.
just for my information, the ones you see along Turnpike, what are that? STC what?
Really depends on what they're made of. If they're masonry, they may be higher than 30, but if they're a standard, if they're a wood panel, they're probably in the low to mid 30s.
Does the wood panel absorb more of the sound than a manufactured
So
panel?
please speak into the microphone.
Would a wood panel absorb more sound as opposed to this? I don't know what the material is, but does that force the sound over the top?
So when we do our modeling, we assume that it's a reflective barrier. So the wood's probably slightly more sound absorbing, but it's really still a pretty hard material. It's like a plywood material. So they're both fairly reflective. And we're considering those reflections in our model.
Why would anybody pick STC 39 over 31 if there's really no difference as far as the noise absorption is concerned?
Depends how they're using. If they're really worried about the sound getting through and not getting over, then you might need a thicker or a better performing panel for sound going through.
Yeah, but
It doesn't matter if the sound is going to the other side. You basically want something that absorbs sound more so that it doesn't get.
Yeah, I
to the
mean,
other side.
so the insulated panels will have slightly better low frequency performance. So if this was really low frequency sound, like rumbling, like the train going by, you might want a better insulated panel for that. But for our purposes, as I said, we use the SCC 31 in our modeling.
it just seems that under that theory, why have a wall? Or why have a berm if the sound's just going to go over the top and come out the other side? I mean, this is like 36 feet.
Well, it still reduces the sound. Your sound going up and over has a long way to travel and get across that top. So you do
So
get a
then-
reduction from the height.
So then if it does have a longer way to travel and go over, having 39 sounds like it would be better as far as how much sound's going to travel. to
I
the
don't
other
think it
side.
will be better in this case. The sound going up and over is going to be the controlling factor, not the sound going through.
So why have the fence at all?
Because you want to force the sound to go up and over. That's where you're getting your reduction. So you're
But
stopping the
we-
sound from getting through and you're having the remaining sound go up and over, which is greatly reduced from what it would be if there was nothing there, no fence.
So then if the idea is to get the sound either absorbed or to go up and over, it would seem a higher number would be better for
I'm
us.
saying at some point, they don't add. So once you get 10 decibels apart, so if the sound going over is 10 decibels or more than the sound going through, then the two aren't going to add anymore. So when we do our modeling, we assume that the sound going up and over won't be reduced by any more than 20 decibels. That's our diffraction limit, okay? So the sound going up and over only gets a 20 decibel reduction, whereas the sound going through gets a 30 decibel reduction depending on what frequency you're in. So that the sound going up and over is the controlling factor. Now, if you made it 20 going over and 39 going through, that 20 is still your low number, and that's where the controlling sound is.
We're meeting the DEP standard, we're meeting the township standard, with the wall is designed. Of course, you can always add something, but if it has very little benefit, and we're meeting it as it is, I don't know why we continue to have this discussion.
Well, the board's entitled to ask their questions, Mr. Petrillo.
I agree, but we've asked and answered it several times.
I just want to add something to this, Gene. In one of the reports that we just read, or that just came to us, it was stated that you really can't control the backup sounds of the trucks. By OSHA, there's a certain requirement. Your report was predicated on those being disabled. So it would seem that, number one, you can't disable them. This would be a violation of law. And number two, if you can't disable it, wouldn't it be better to err on the side of caution and get a higher STC rating in the wall?
It's not going to hurt to have the higher STC, but again, the sound going over is the controlling factor. So my numbers that I reported are not going to change whether you have a 31 or a 39 panel, because it's the sound that's going over that's creating those end results.
I mean, I've forgotten my college physics, so maybe a dumb question. But wouldn't the sound wave hit the wall and reflect? Why would it go up and over?
Yeah, so we have those reflections in our model as well. It diffracts around. It's kind of like if you think of like a pebble in a lake, you have the waves that kind of go out in all directions and it'll eventually flow over the barrier.
Wouldn't that be minimal? Only the portion hitting the top of the wall can probably go over. But
Right, that's why we build the wall to a certain height so that you get that little sound coming over.
And wouldn't the sound disperse evenly in all directions and not just go up?
It does. Our modeling considers that.
So the more we can block, the less of it that's going to go in the direction we don't want. I would want to see some numbers or something.
As I
Or
said,
maybe
my
hear
numbers will
something.
be the same, whether you have a 39 or a 31 barrier.
And I'm curious to see if our own experts have any comment on that
Okay.
too.
I
That's
have
a
one
good
more.
segue. Why don't we move into our experts? And David, you wanted to say something. You're going to be up first anyway.
Excuse me, Jean, can I just ask one question?
Sure, Sue.
While the fence is going up like this, can't you tilt that top panel back towards the warehouse so the noise comes back that way instead of going up and over?
That is an option. I mean, you'll still get sound going up and over even that angled edge.
But
They-
wouldn't
They
that
can make them
diminish?
like that. It would
Would
be slightly better, yes.
It would be slightly better.
But again, we don't need that for DEP compliance.
You don't what?
We're showing we can meet the DEP code without
I
that
understand
factor.
that. I'm just thinking about the resident.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little confused. Are you saying I can meet this absolute minimum with what I have? Or are you saying if we make these improvements, it's not going to do you any good? Because that's two different things we're saying.
I'm saying our presentation is showing what needs to be done to meet the code, because that's what we're obligated to do, meet the local code and the state code. Beyond that, I really have to leave the discretion of the applicant to see if they would accept going above and beyond those measures.
All right. Jerry, we did not swear in all of our witnesses, did we?
I think David's been the only witness sworn in.
So let's swear in our other witnesses. And we can proceed with our experts' reports.
If you can raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth? So or affirm, please state your full name. Starting with Dan.
Francis Duzick, Township Engineer. Jeff Lamoureux, Township Traffic Engineering Consultant.
All right, David, do you still have a point that you want to make with discussion that's been going on?
Mr. Chair, my question was actually going to be about the fill, but I think the board asked those questions already. I did have one additional architectural question. I just wanted to confirm there is going to be a screening wall on the southwesterly corner of the building. Just wanted to confirm that the materials that will be used for that wall will match the materials on that board.
The southwestern wall that is blocking the dock view.
That is, yeah, that is correct.
I mean, it can be that similar material. It's not, it's more of a view that we're blocking, not the sound in that manner.
No, I was more asking that
Material?
regarding the aesthetics as opposed
Yeah.
to the sound attenuation.
I mean, I think we would want the colors to be similar to the building.
Okay.
Right.
Let me cover a housekeeping item here, since some people have been coming in. I don't know which of you were here on April 6th, but what we're going to do now is we're going to go through reports from our consultants who you just met as they were sworn. When they are complete, presuming there's nothing else from the applicant, we'll open it for comments from the public. If there are any attorneys representing members of the public, they will be given an opportunity to speak first. But everybody who wishes to speak will be given a chance. The time of your testimony will be limited to 3 minutes. If you ask a question or make a statement that generates the need for the applicant or one of our consultants to respond, our timer will be suspended while that is going on. So everybody will hopefully get a full 3 minutes. Sam, you have the timekeeping device, right? And you understand the guidelines. Okay. So our next item is to review the Burgess report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be relatively brief. You can't hear me? That's not a good sign.
David Novak, professional planner.
Is that better? Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is David Novak. I am with Burgess Associates. We are the planning consultants for West Windsor. I have a memo that's dated March 29, 2022. Mr. Chairman, I believe that the applicant has addressed the comments in that memo, as well as the variances and waivers that have been identified with this application. Just as a little bit of a brief background, West Windsor adopted its most recent land use plan element back in 2020. This property pursuant to that land use plan is located in the research, office, and manufacturing land use category. That category corresponds with the ROM3 district, which permits for some certain light industrial and manufacturing uses. One of the recommendations of the land use plan was to expand the list of permitted uses to include self-storage and warehousing on properties that were at least 25 acres or more. The intent of the land use category is to promote a high level of development on a scale that will also provide substantial compatibility with the surrounding area, as well as protect any existing proposed areas of future township greenbelt. Future development in the area should limit both environmental impacts and potential conflict with surrounding neighborhoods to the greatest degree possible. A lot of the bulk and design criteria that were established for this use in the RM3 district were designed to implement those goals for this land use category. On top of that, Mr. Chairman, again, as I mentioned, I believe the applicant has addressed the comments in my memo. Unless anybody has any questions specifically for me.
David, let me call your attention to your item 1A. And you're stating that the applicant intends to use concrete for the proposed sidewalks. It's my understanding at the last hearing, the applicant agreed that they would use pervious material.
That is my understanding as well, Mr. Chairman. By code, they're not required to. So by using pervious material, they're actually going above and beyond that code requirement.
And from what you heard in the testimony at the April 6th hearing with regard to item 3A, bank stasis, were you satisfied with the testimony as to why they are exceeding the minimum off-street parking?
Mr. Chairman, I am. I am also satisfied or given a degree of comfort that the proposed improvement coverage that they are establishing on this site, which is 64.10%, which will decrease slightly due to the pervious pavers, is beneath the 70% improvement coverage that they're otherwise allowed to have. So while they are exceeding the number of banked parking spaces, it gives me a little bit of a degree of comfort that they are beneath the improved coverage for a total build out analysis.
So a waiver for the number of parking spaces you would not object to?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think I would object to it now.
And let me call your attention to item 5.1 about the signage. To be honest, I don't recall whether we heard testimony justifying 2 signs instead of 1 and the size. Did we, Mr. Petrillo? Did we hear testimony as to why we needed to?
Mr. McDonough.
So were you satisfied with that?
He did. Mr. McDonough did testify that in the last hearing, not to paraphrase for him, but I believe he mentioned that the signage relief was logical due to the 2 access points. I would agree with Mr. McDonough, due to the nature of this application, the proposed use, and the need to safely direct truck traffic into and out of the site, I would also recommend the proposed number of signs as well.
Any other member of the board have any questions for David? All right, we'll move to the engineer's report. Thank you, David. Francis?
Good evening. Francis Guzik, Township Engineer. Prepared a report of March 29th and starting on page 3 of the report under comment 1.01, there's a request for a waiver from a checklist item, temporary submission waiver. I have no objection to deferring that item to a condition of approval should the board act favorably on the application.
So 1.01 would be a condition.
Correct, 1.01, yes. 1.02, the second bullet point are also checklist waivers, just based on the fact that the applicant's applying for simultaneous preliminary and final site plan approval. And some of those checklist items require provision of information obtained under the preliminary approval. So obviously that can't be done with a joint application such as this. So obviously no objection to that. Under section 2, access and circulation, comment 2.01, there's a recommendation that the barrier-free parking spaces be located as close as possible to the accessible entrances they serve. So a recommendation that the spaces at the southeast corner should switch places with some of the EV spaces that are currently shown on the plan to meet that requirement.
Does the applicant accept that recommendation by the engineer? Thank you.
Comment 2.02 has been discussed. That's regarding the parking. Based on the testimony by Mr. Chase at the last meeting and the reference to the ITE standards for 130 vehicles and the potential for overlap of employees during shift changes at various times during extended operations, that it makes sense to have additional parking. So I similarly to Mr. Novak, don't have an objection to granting a waiver should the board act favorably on the number of built spaces versus bank spaces.
Very good.
Comment 2.03.
Francis, could I keep you with 2.02 for a moment?
Sure.
What would you see as the event which triggers a requirement for construction of the bank spaces? What we've done in the past is we've made it something which is subject to the decision by the administrative staff. If the administrative staff decides they want the bank spaces in, then they advise the applicant and they are installed. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that works. That similarly also, if the applicant feels there's an issue, they come to the administrative staff and they perform whatever inspections or observations they need to confirm. Or similarly, if the staff observes that there's problems or complaints from the neighbors or people traveling along the highway of parking issues, that they could contact the applicant and require.
Francis, this also mentions the parking spaces for the 73 trailers. It's in addition to the bays. Is that a reasonable number in your mind for?
Well,
additional?
that's outside of the code standards, I believe. I don't think that our current parking section anticipates trailer parking. So there is no standard to compare it to. So really, I would defer it to the applicant based on their experience developing this type of complex, whether that amount is needed or not.
And is there any limit for these trailer spaces as far as what can go in them, or how long they could be occupied or anything like that?
Well, they're identified for trailer parking, so I would assume it would be trailers only. How long they remain there is subject to whatever is stored inside and how soon it's needed by the operators within the facility for the materials that are in there and rotated out or not. So.
Gene, is it appropriate to ask the applicant why they need 73 trailer spaces?
Any questions reasonable, Mayor?
I mean, why you have 58 bays? So most of the trucks I would expect will come and just go to one of the doors. Why you need additional 73 spaces?
I think we provided testimony, but Corey, do you have any?
Can you use a mic?
Oh, sorry. I think our traffic consultant did testify, but he can reiterate his testimony.
Yeah, certainly, again, it's to provide added flexibility for the operations of the facility so that if a load is ready to be loaded and there isn't a trailer there currently, they can use one of the vacant trailers that are parked in the trailer storage spaces to provide the most efficient operation of the site. It's really to provide flexibility. If a trailer becomes unloaded, isn't immediately ready to be reloaded, they can relocate it to the trailer storage area. And again, typically just store empty trailers for flexibility of operations.
I mean, the fear is that it will just be
73, based on our discussions with the applicant, 73 is certainly the target number that they're looking for a facility this size. They would typically look for a little bit more than this, but just given the layout of the site and the operations of the site, they feel that 73 it will be adequate to serve it, but it's certainly typical for a building of this size.
I mean, 73 is almost one per 4,000 square feet of warehouse space, 4,500 square feet of warehouse space. So if I park 73 trailer there, I essentially double the capacity of my warehouse.
And again, they're typically not stored full. It's typically empty trailers that are either waiting to be loaded or were just recently unloaded. So it's to provide the flexibility in the operations, not to provide additional storage space. Those trailers are typically empty and waiting to be reloaded.
So how do we ensure that they're not just used as a parking spaces for trucks. Because I see trucks parked along Route 8A ramp all the time. They don't have enough space to stay overnight. How do we ensure that they just don't use these spaces to stay overnight?
Based on the dimensions, they're only designed to accommodate a trailer. They're not designed to accommodate a full-length truck and trailer. So operationally, the way that they're laid out, they're only designed to accommodate that single trailer space.
Consistent with other.
Frank, can you use the mic?
Excuse me?
Can you use the mic? I can hear.
Is this consistent with other community standards for trailer parking? I'm going to give the example of Cranberry, Monroe, where there are significant warehouse development. So is this an unusual number, an unusually large number?
It's certainly not large, again, for a facility of this size, and every warehouse facility that I've worked on personally, they all have trailer storage spaces associated with them. Again, it's really an amenity for the warehouse to provide added flexibility for the efficiency of the operations.
So can I ask a question? Would the applicant be willing to agree to a condition that the trailer parking spaces are used for parking of trailers only, no other materials or uses, and that all trailers are in good working condition?
That it's only, I mean, yes, that it's only trailer parking. That's the intent, and that's the way it'll be limited.
Well, I think that's
We're
some of
not
the,
gonna-
some of the
we're not gonna
concerns I'm
pile
hearing
up.
from the board.
But the trailer, you're talking about the trailer with the tractor portion removed.
Yes, that's what he
Yeah,
testified.
it's-
Okay.
It's just the trailer, not the, I'll call it the cab. It's
All
not
right.
the cab, it's just the
Not the
trailer.
tractor.
And we're not going to take up a trailer space and load it up with material or anything that would be otherwise in the warehouse. It's just for trailers, either empty, waiting to be filled, or filled, waiting to be empty. That's how the industry works.
Can
I offer
Mr. Chase, is that your understanding? Because you're testifying.
It is, yes, that's my understanding. That's correct.
Right.
Can I offer a point here, Chairman? I'm a little bit familiar with this type of business, and not sure what business will go in this warehouse, but just for the record, that when trailers come and bring loads to warehouses like this, what they do is what's called drop and pick. They'll drop off the trailer, they'll drop off the goods, they'll leave with the cab, they'll come back and pick it up. It's $285 after 4 to 7 days for every empty that they don't return. And it goes up from there if they don't return it to the port. So it's incentivized to go pick up the empty and get it out off the warehouse lot and bring it back to the port. That's all I have to say.
But we obviously want to make sure that this is just a trailer and it isn't, a trailer park, so to speak.
It is, it's not intended for truck parking or anything of that nature. It's really just to store trailers.
Okay, and so whatever way Jerry wants to write that up, I would assume we could put in.
So as we consider the trucks and trailers, Francis, does West Windsor have laws on the books for idling of trucks?
I think there's a overriding
state
state,
law?
right, state
There's
law
a state law.
regarding idling.
Do you know what it is offhand? How it would affect this applicant?
No, I don't. Maybe Mr. Jepson as the environmental consultant may,
Okay, thank you.
or he's got time to look it up before he's on the microphone.
It's 3 minutes for cars. Yeah. Good job.
So,
Why don't you continue, Francis?
okay, moving along through the report. Comments 2.04 and 2.05 are exactly that, comments that have been discussed by the applicant in testimony. Comment 2.06, the majority of it had been addressed by Dan Chinall. But the one thing I did not hear testimony on was the last portion about the cross-access feature. There wasn't any discussion on what's the trigger to build it, who's going to build it at the time that there is the ability or not, or actually the ability to have cross-access. Would this owner expect the
This is-
neighboring property owner to do, or?
This is the phantom pathway from this property into East Windsor.
Correct.
Well, I think that, a document would be prepared. And if the East Windsor property, which is zoned for warehouse, is developed that way and a access is needed, the county certainly would prefer it. So the traffic goes to the signal that will be provided by this applicant. We're certainly not going to build it. It would be the entity in East Windsor that seeks to utilize the access point that would have to build it. So the trigger would be someone in East Windsor seeking the ability to build it. The document would provide that ability. I haven't drafted it, but it certainly would make sense that it would. But it would also say that it's their responsibility, not this applicant.
No, but this is very similar to what we faced with Heritage Village on Old Trenton Road. And unlike East Windsor, we are not opposing the cross traffic. But
Right.
on your part of the property, you will be building it, right?
I didn't understand your question.
On your part of, there's a road on your part of the property and there's a road in East Windsor part of the property. So the road access to your part of the property that you will be building, correct?
No, we're providing an easement so that the connection can be built, but we're not building a connection. It would have to be the East Windsor Township developer.
Yeah, there's a place in your drawing. It's 50 feet wide and that goes to the border, which you're not building at this point.
No, it's an
So
easement.
you're saying if that is requested by East Windsor or by the developer in East Windsor at some point, that they would have to come onto your property and
Right.
build it?
Yeah, this is a requirement, a request by the county, and not to build it, but to allow in the future for a road to be built that would allow cross-access between the two properties. We would not build it. Our obligation is to reserve the easement and to allow the road to be built if and when someone came forward in East Windsor with a project and got approval and needed that access point, then they would have the ability to build it.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily have an objection to that. I was just asking for that to be defined at this point so that Jerry and I post resolution compliance review, should the board act favorably, understand that the document's worded accordingly as we
So
receive the drafts.
Francis, the approval of the connection on this applicant's property would be an administrative decision, your office and whatever else?
Yeah, I mean, it's provided for. They would provide a cross-access easement agreement that they would, I guess, provide at this time or record at this time to that adjacent property, block and lot with as yet unknown future developer, giving them the permission, but it's been designed, the stormwater management is provided for so that if and when it's built, whenever, that everything's functioning as if it was built with this initial construction.
Okay, Francis, again, I guess I take notes. My notes say that if this was to go through, it would come back to the planning board before.
What would,
If they were to go ahead and build this road, whether
Well, that
it's-
was my last question, Andrea. It would become an administrative.
Right,
matter for-
that's the answer. But I'm saying last week or 2 weeks ago, I believe I asked the question and the answer was that it would be something that would come back to the planning board. So I don't necessarily.
Why
carry
would that
the-
be necessary?
yeah, I'm not sure why, because it's fully
That
designed.
was the answer. I don't know.
Right.
I think the situation is that it would be an administrative thing for the staff to work with the proposed connection.
Okay, so that's different than, I'm just saying it's different than what was stated last week.
Well, I think we're just
Yeah,
clarifying
I
that it's
don't know who's
administrative and not
stated that.
back to the planning board.
All right, so moving on, jumping to comment 2.09 is a recommended condition that fire lanes shall be provided and marked at the direction of Chief Lynch of Fire and Emergency Services. Comment 2.10, there's a recommended condition about the porous pavement construction being supervised and certified by a New Jersey licensed geotechnical engineer.
That's at the end of the second paragraph of 2.10.
Yes, correct.
Jerry, do you have that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to section 3, stormwater management. As you heard in Mr. Chenal's testimony, the site's been designed in compliance with the township's standards. I do have one question for him, though. Just to clarify a comment he made at the first meeting that for the 100-year storm, 80% of the existing runoff rate is required. And he made a statement that what they're proposing is 3 times greater than that, but he didn't quantify what that value actually was. So if he could, just for the board's information, identify what the achieved reduction actually is.
Yes, for the overall site as it's currently designed, we're actually reducing the 100-year storm runoff rate by 66%. Whereas we're only required by the state and local requirements to reduce by 20%. So it's exceeding three times.
So you're reducing it by 66% to 34%?
That's correct. For the 100-year storm, we have 100 CFS leaving the site. And under proposed conditions, we have 34 CFS leaving the site.
Okay,
Allowable for the 100-year storm is 80.
correct, right. Okay, so obviously no objections to doing more reduction than the minimum required by the standards are.
Absolutely not.
So comment 3.02 is a recommended condition that should the county require any changes to the stormwater management design, that the revised design must be submitted to the township for review and approval. Comment 3.03, there's a recommended condition similar to 2.10 about a New Jersey licensed geotechnical engineer, but this time with regard to the stormwater management features, since a lot of this relies on the ability of the green infrastructure to function properly, as well as the large amount of fill being placed on the property. Comment 3.04 is a recommended condition that the stormwater BMP maintenance plan has to be some minor revisions subject to the approval of my office, but otherwise it's generally acceptable for board approvals purposes.
Does that warrant a condition?
I think that's in here later.
Yeah, I think it should be a condition.
Let's do it.
And Mr.
Yeah, that's
Mr.
fine.
Petrino, your silence is really quite deafening.
On what issue? I'm sorry.
I assume that as we go through all of these and Francis lays out what he thinks should be conditions, your client has no objection unless you raise an objection,
No,
correct?
we responded to a couple of them.
Yeah, right. But if you're not responding, then I think we could rightfully assume that there is no issue.
Right.
Okay.
Act 304, yes, we understand we have to revise the report, the manual, I'm sorry.
Okay, moving on to section 4, utilities. Comment 4.01 is a recommended condition, which is the township standard process for treatment works approval for wastewater discharge from the property, connection into the municipal system. Comment 4.02 similarly is a requirement about the applicant participating in the current infrastructure project being undertaken by the township and another developer, and this party who benefits from that other work would have a pro rata fair share obligation for reimbursement of the total costs to obtain that additional capacity, as well as their own individual costs to extend and connect into the system.
Right, I do have a question about that. I've seen the ordinance, I've seen Exhibit A.
Can you use the mic, please?
I do have a question. I've seen the ordinance, I've now seen Exhibit A. And this site is one of the sites identified on Exhibit A as being able to go into the upgraded pump station at South, I guess it's Southfield Road. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
That was your question?
Yes.
Okay.
It was a simple one, but.
I'm just shocked, that's all. And the only other thing with regard to comment 4.02, which I did not hear about, obviously this developer has a significant sewer main to install from their property to the Southfield intersection with 571, which is where the existing infrastructure is. So if they intend to try to establish their own reimbursement program with the township for any other developers along 571 between their site and the pump station to connect into the main that they built, then that would have to be another process undertaken with township council. That's not necessarily a condition of approval for the board's concern, but something that the applicant needs to be aware of because there's a process that has to be undertaken with staff and with township council.
Understood.
Thank you.
Moving on to section 5, lighting.
4.03 is in, I take it, Francis.
4.03 is just a comment. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry, lighting, comment 5.01. There's a recommended condition about the proposed light fixtures, the mongoose fixtures that have the ability to be tilted, will not be tilted and will remain at 90 degrees to the mounting pole, which they did discuss at the first meeting they were agreeable to.
We agree.
And comments 5.02 and 5.03 are with regard to the design waivers for the achieved lighting levels based on the analysis done by Mr. Chenal's office. The degree of exceedance and in one case, a minor reduction, I believe are within the general standards and close to what's requested and required. So I have no objection to granting the waivers. A lot of that also being based on Mr. Chenal's testimony at the first hearing.
Francis, do we have any testimony on the hours of illumination and means of lighting controls?
No, not with regard to the hours or lighting controls.
Would the board like to hear that?
I'm sorry,
Yeah, the hours of the lighting.
The lighting, what are the operational hours for the lighting? Will there be any reduction in any lights for evening purposes? And how are the lights going to be controlled?
I'm told dusk to dawn.
For every single fixture on the exterior?
Yeah, yes, on all fixtures, including wall.
And Frank, the means of control of that would be how?
I beg your pardon?
How would that be controlled? Be automatic,
Yeah, just a timer.
sorry, you said a timer or a cell?
A photo cell. Okay, and moving on to section 6, general, comment 6.01 is a remaining minor technical comment that's recommended to be a condition. And then comments 6.02 through 6.06 are pretty standard comments from engineering that are also recommended to be conditions of approval.
All of them, 02 to 06.
Yes, 02 through 06. I did have two follow-up issues that weren't in my report, but were based on discussions at the first hearing and today. So I'll start with the easy one first. Based on testimony by Mr. Drysdale at the first meeting, I have a question on who maintains the site. Will it be the tenants or the property owner? And I'm mostly interested in the exterior site maintenance with like trash pickup, with landscaping, with the stormwater management features.
It would be the tenant.
Can we let Mr. Drysdale answer that question, please?
Yes, it would be by the tenant. However, we do, on our platform, we do engage JLL as our property manager. So the tenant will employ JLL to handle landscaping and trash removal, et cetera. So, and just as just a high level overview, JLL is a very high class operator and professional property management arm that has very much capabilities of providing, high quality landscaping services.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, is that JLL?
JLL, Joan Langs LaSalle.
Okay, because that's going to be one of the requirements with one of these compliance conditions. Basically with the maintenance plan, there's a deed notice that has to be filed, and in the maintenance plan, you have to specifically identify who's responsible. So if you don't, if you're building per spec and you don't have a tenant, then obviously the tenant can't be assigned responsibility for stormwater management.
Right. And so obviously when we will have JLL maintain the property in the interim until we have that tenant. So the JLL will be it will be well aware of the manual.
And if there's multiple tenants, I assume there'd be some joint agreement?
Yeah, they will go, they all have to go through JLL, the property manager.
Okay, thank you. So the other comment has to do with the wall design with regard to the acoustical assessment. So there's been a lot of back and forth and a lot of discussion, but what I haven't heard is what conditions are being agreed to with regard to the rating for the wall and any type of performance testing that would be done either at a set period after construction and with the facility in operation, or testing to be done on demand of township staff. So I'd be interested in hearing what the applicant has to say about that.
And are you asking after the warehouse is operational that you want to do periodic testing? Is that your question?
Well, something like that, yes. What types of conditions would the applicant be agreeable to with regard to performance testing? And also, I believe it was discussed at the first meeting that some of the conditions that were in the standards assigned in Mr. Zabura's study, some of his assumptions were going to be made either conditions or in a deed notice. Like one of those would be that the fence and any future replacement fence would have to have an STC rating of 31 or better, things like that.
Well, certainly any of the items that he mentioned in his report that were required, and he can be more specific, beyond, the fence, the berm, the landscaping. I know there were certain things, and we did get a report from another consultant, and we've responded to that, and we are going to, maybe it's better for Jack to answer this, but there are things that we're going to do that go beyond the details and specifics of the fence. So Jack,
Having seen the correspondence from both parties, I think, Francis, we should defer the answer, the specificity to your question until after we hear more about the acoustical situation. If you-
That's fine. That's, at the board's pleasure. But that was the last point that I had for discussion, unless any board members have any specific questions.
I'm not hearing any, so we'll move on to our traffic engineer.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just one point, page 7 of Fran's report. I just want to bring you up to date. Mercer County Planning Board, we did resubmit to them. We got comments and resubmitted the comments to them. So I'm hoping for final planning board approval very shortly. We have responded to requests from the Soil Conservation District, so I'm expecting that approval shortly. The DEP pending applications relating to certain wetlands permits, that's moving forward. The only outside agency, well, we obviously haven't applied for a TWA yet because we don't have an approval. And as to the DNR Canal Commission, we've had a pre-app, but we're waiting the completion of this hearing, and if we were approved, we would submit at that point with any revisions to the plans that the approval requires. So that's the status of the outside approvals.
Thank you for that update.
Gene, just to reiterate, the whole discussion about the sound on the wall and Francis's comments, and also the discussion about the testing and upkeep, that's all going to come later?
Yes.
Thank
you. Jeff.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, public and applicant. Jeff Lamoureux from Aurora and Associates, Township Traffic Engineering Consultant. I have a memorandum dated, if my computer will cooperate, March 29th, 2022. Most of my comments are straightforward, although I would like to touch on 3 of them. First is comment number 3. I'd like it if the applicant could address the status of the traffic signal approval and whether or not they've started design on the traffic signal out front. Corey, can you do that?
We did. So as part of the conditional approval from Mercer County, condition number 15 was a traffic signal was approved as part of their review of the application. So the signal as a proposal has been accepted by the county. We have submitted formal traffic signal design drawings to the county. As Mr. Petrino mentioned, we did just get our first round of technical review comments back, and I have since resubmitted.
Okay, I'll follow up. Thank you for that. Thank you for that update. Are you proposing to have a left turn signal into the site?
We are, yes.
Is it protected only?
It is not. It's protected permitted.
Can
sorry,
we
could you
expand upon what that means for the members of the board and the public?
I'm sorry, we went off on flying off on a tangent there.
Sure. So to give the board and the public an idea as to the operations of a protected
You did.
protected permitted left turn lane. So there's a dedicated left turn lane into the subject property at the proposed signalized intersection. What's going to happen is there's going to be a 4-section traffic signal head. So I'm sure you're all familiar with those. where a green arrow will come up, which will actually give the vehicles waiting to turn left into the subject property a protected only phase where they can turn left without any having to yield to traffic coming in the westbound direction. That left turn arrow will actually turn yellow and then go away. And then you'll still have the green ball lit, which means that you can make a left turn, but you have to yield to oncoming traffic. So that's what we refer to as protected permitted. The protected is when the arrow's up, you have the right of way and you're not required to yield to oncoming traffic. The permitted is when the ball's up, but you can still make a left turn. You just have to yield to any traffic coming in the oncoming direction.
Corey, with that signal and with this particular use, with trucks turning into the property to make the left turn, obviously it takes more time for a truck to make such turn than a smaller vehicle. Is there any influence on length of signal that we have?
There is. That's a good question. So actually, as part of our analysis, we assume the amount of trucks factored into the analysis. So they call it a heavy vehicle percentage. So you're factoring the amount of truck traffic within your analysis as we evaluate the operations of the signal. In this case, though, it's anticipated that all trucks are going to be coming from the east. So they're all going to be turning right into the facility. So they wouldn't be impacted by that. But we have designed the left turn lane accordingly to accommodate a truck if it were to come from that direction.
I'm good with that. But I take it there's no left turn out. There's no left turn out, correct?
Left turn out of the driveway? There is.
Okay, right. It's
because it's assumed that all trucks would actually turn left out of the driveway.
Yeah, right.
We prefer
get
that.
back to
Sure, go
Route
to
133.
133.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Okay, thanks, Corey. I'd like to put it on the record then, if I could, that let's pay attention to how that's operating, because it's on the outside of a curve. And if there's a great amount of time for, say, a truck or a car to turn left into there, we might end up considering a protected only type operation, which is where you have a 3-section indication and you cannot turn left on gaps. You have to wait. Okay, it's more restrictive. I don't like it, but based on the geometry out there, I think that we ought to pay attention to the fact that we might need to do that. In fact, I'm going to ask you to ask the county that specific question.
Certainly, and we're certainly amenable to working with your office in the township and the county to monitor that and mitigate it as needed.
Okay, great.
So a condition of approval would be that the applicant will seek agreement from the county that it would be, what's the term?
Whether or not the left turn should be protected only.
Protected, that the left turn would only be a protected signal, not protected permitted.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, we're happy to ask, we're happy to advocate, but it's the county's decision. So if they reject that request.
We recognize
that's
that it's a
their
county
jurisdiction.
thoroughfare.
Okay.
All we can do is ask.
Can I ask a question about that? If it's protected and let's say there's 3 trucks want to make a left turn, isn't that going to back up into traffic?
So again, based on the location of the subject property and the anticipated truck movements, all the trucks should be coming to and from the east. So they're all going to be coming from 133, all going to be turning right into the site.
Except for the ones that pass the warehouse and have to U-turn it and make a left turn back in.
Well, fortunately, we have the second driveway along Princeton Heights Town Road. So if they do actually miss the first driveway, they'll actually be able to turn right in at the second driveway as well. So we do have that fail safe.
But what is the length of the left turn lane?
I believe it's 150 feet, but let me confirm.
So that would accommodate at least 3 or 4 tractor trailers, would it not?
They would certainly accommodate 2 at a minimum, as well as some passenger vehicles.
It's like 53 footers.
It's 200 feet long.
Okay, so it's like 3 and change.
Right.
Okay, so that's fine.
You have that second turn, where if some truck misses, they'll be able to turn right.
Correct.
Trucks can also come out of there turning right?
turning left.
Or,
They
no,
could come out of
cars
the,
can.
you mean the non-signalized driveway?
Right. the
They could come out and make a
non-signalized
right turn only.
They can make a right turn.
I think that was testified at the first hearing.
Yeah, is that necessary?
It's what necessary.
That trucks can make a right out of there and instead of all of them going a right out. of
So
there.
the unsignalized right and right out driveway, we do have signs. So when trucks are leaving the loading area, they're not to exit through that driveway. So all trucks are required to go back to the signal to turn left. So there is signage as you leave the loading dock area, as you head towards south, towards the right and right out driveway that says no trucks. So
Okay, so that one that goes on the second driveway, trucks can come in, but by signage, trucks are not allowed to come out of there because
That's
they can only
correct.
make a right, and we're trying to discourage that.
My,
Okay,
my
that's-
mistake in saying they
Yeah.
could.
Thank you. That's what I prefer.
I am referring to Exhibit A2.
So
And were you going to say something about it?
No, I think Mr. Petrino just wanted me to put that on the record as I was speaking relative to the driveway operations.
Oh, okay.
we may have hit this last time, and I'm sorry, I can't remember the conclusion. One of the difficulties I have with traffic with this application is that we don't know who the tenants are. We don't know, their patterns of movement, once they occupy the building. And I mean, we talk about traffic going east to 133 to get over to the turnpike, but we don't know if all truck movements are going to want to do that. I mean, it would seem to me that some trucks might want to traverse through West Windsor to get to 295 to go southbound to Philadelphia and points south. We don't have any control over those traffic movements. So Corey, how can you say authoritatively that they're all going to go over to 133 to exit 8 of the New Jersey Turnpike?
I don't necessarily think they're all going to go to the turnpike, but certainly they're all going to head towards 133 to either utilize 130 to get to 195. So you obviously have the turnpike that way as well. They're going to take the path of least resistance, and certainly the most efficient route of travel is going to be heading in that direction. It's certainly not more efficient to turn right out of the site and continue through town to meander to Route 1 or any of those roads.
If they want to go to 295 southbound, the path of least resistance is right through West Windsor Township into our populated areas. So I challenge your conclusion on saying that that truck traffic will all head towards 130 and 133 and New Jersey Turnpike.
And really, again, it's the path of least resistance, and they're going to want to use interstates to get to their destination. They're not going to want to be on local roads meandering through traffic.
295 is an interstate.
It is,
They'll wanna
but
they might want to get over there to get to Philadelphia to avoid the tolls on the toll roads.
Certainly, but to get to 295, it's a far more circuitous route through the municipality that could be circumvented by utilizing 133 to 130, 95, 190. There's such a variety of interstate roadways directly adjacent to that. That's what's really going to be the draw of this facility, is the proximity to those major routes. And you're going to draw a tenant in here that wants to utilize those routes as their major transportation corridor. And the proximity of that is really what's going to be able to allow them to secure a Class A tenant.
Curtis, the easier
Yes.
way to go to 295 is take a right on Old Trenton Road and meet 295 in Hamilton. That's the easier.
I'm not a truck driver. I can't tell
Yeah.
you what route I'd take.
Yeah,
but,
that's
but
logic.
I hear you, Mayor, that's another way to get to 295.
Yeah,
But again, it's still going through, major residential parts of our township. And so I express the concern.
Right.
One thing that I stumbled on in the last week, I was driving down 295 and I noticed, and maybe I'd never noticed it before, but at County Route 579, there is truck restrictions on County Route, Mercer County Route 579, Bear Tavern Road, a 4-ton limit. And the county, because it's a county road, they passed the resolution back in 2010. It's ordinance 2010-2 to prohibit truck traffic on, a section of 546. And I get it.
Five
because-
forty-six or 579?
579, thank you. But the reason I bring this up is because as a protection for certain parts of Mercer County, I'm thinking Hopewell Township, they wanted to avoid the scenario of trucks pulling off northbound 295 to go up 579 to get to 202 and up to 287, again, a belt route around greater New York City that avoids the toll.
Curtis, would you get to your?
I am
point?
getting to my point, sir. Please let me finish. My point is that the county can make regulations on the truck on county roads for weight. And my question in bringing it up here in West Windsor is that a path we would want to take as we consider warehouse applications?
And are you specifically referring to 571 in a westbound direction?
I am thinking 571 going right
Yeah,
through the heart of our
and
township.
we have talked to county, and that's county jurisdiction. County is aware of that, not only 571, but also Clarksville Road. So they are aware of that.
But they're aware of it, but what that doesn't communicate action.
Yeah, I mean, we can force the county to take that, but we have requested them, and it's up to them whether what they want to do.
Okay,
And
well,
we
at
have
least-
requested
That's the
them.
first step, at least that the awareness is the first step.
Yeah, we have requested them, and the county planning board, similar to our planning board, has to approve the application. So the township has requested them, they are aware of that.
I guess the point I want to reinforce, Gene, is that it is possible for the county to take action on roads and trucks.
Oh, county, yeah,
like
it
that.
is possible for county to take action, yeah.
That's what I
The
want.
fact that they've done it in another part of the county would say they have the authority. Mayor, was that request in writing?
You have no, but we have had several meetings. Francis have had several meetings with the county, and county is aware of that.
And this subject was a part of the discussion at those meetings?
The greater issue of warehouse traffic in and around Mercer County and what's been proposed within the township and the adjoining county roadways. Yes, that's really what the focus was. And staff at the county had been very reluctant to proceed with any recommendations for any type of truck restrictions. From what I understand is that at the county level and higher, once you restrict truck traffic, you then have to designate a truck route. So while you may be helping a certain area, you're now penalizing another area by saying this is the only way all trucks now have to go. And that's part of the reluctance that the county has.
So we're back to the argument of Mr. Chase, the path of least resistance.
Yeah, I mean, the county is going to fix 571 between Cranberry and Clarksville, make it a 3-lane road. So that makes it even more difficult for the trucks to travel there. It's going to be 2-lane one way and with a turning lane in the middle and a bike lanes on either side.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
just 30 seconds for history, because I'm not sure 579 is relevant. I lived in Pennington. I live in Hopewell. 579 had a bridge that theoretically George Washington went over and the bridge failed. So the county spent a lot of money rebuilding the bridge, and they put a restriction on the weight of trucks that could go over that bridge. I don't believe 539 for its full length has a truck restriction. It was done because our first president theoretically crossed the river or the stream there, or a river, maybe it's a river. So I'm not sure. what
we get the point,
relevance
Mr.
is of
Petrillo. It's
talking
very
about
anecdotal.
579.
Let's go back to Mr.
Okay, continuing on, comment number 4.
Can we look at your comment number 2? Proposed crosswalk should be 10 feet wide.
Whatever you'd like.
Well,
Sure.
has that been agreed to?
Yeah, we can agree to that.
So that's a condition, Jerry.
Right.
Number 2.
And I take it, number 1 as well.
Certainly, we can agree to number 1 as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't mean to jump over there. Comment number 4, if I could, stacking distance. Corey, the comment reads, the stacking distance between the proposed signalized intersection and the interior roadway, adding that myself, may be too short. Could you provide some queuing calculations and provide some testimony on that fact?
Yeah, certainly. So Mr. Lamro is referring to the distance from the stop bar at the proposed signalized intersection back towards the first east-west cross aisle, which goes along the southern building facade. There's 80 feet in separation between the stop line, and you'll see a hatched area which we've striped out, which aligns with that drive aisle. As part of our capacity analysis, we do prepare what's called queuing calculations, which calculates the vehicle backup as a result of stopping at the signalized intersection. So as I mentioned, there's 80 feet from the stop line back to that first cross aisle, and the 95th percentile queue calculation in the weekday evening peak hour, which is, again, when in theory the employees and as well as trucks are leaving the facility at shift change, is 79 feet. So there is sufficient distance based on the queue calculations to accommodate that vehicle stacking, given what we're proposing. As an added measure, we are proposing that do not block the box striping to ensure that that first cross aisle remains free and clear for any vehicles incoming.
Okay.
Is that satisfactory, Jeff?
Yes. And finally, on comment number 5, signs to prohibit left turns in and out of the western driveway. Could we make that a condition of approval subject to the county saying it's okay?
Certainly, we did prepare a detailed signing and striping plan as well as part of the signalization plans, and we'll be happy to forward those to your office. Those do include left turn restriction signs at that intersection.
Okay, great.
As well as the right turn out for trucks, which we've already discussed a few minutes ago.
Correct.
Okay. Comment number 6, the large 67 foot trailers, when they turn, according to your exhibits, when they turn into the site, they tend to stray into the left lane rather than be confined to the right lane. Could you comment on that? And maybe you've made some changes?
We have, and we'll certainly provide updated vehicle circulation plans. So the way the radii designed for both the eastern and western driveways, WB67 tractor trailer can execute that right turn solely within the right turn lane.
Fantastic. Okay, good.
So number 6 would be a condition then.
Yes, you could make that a condition, Mr. Chairman. And number 7 is electric vehicle signing. The details are in the letter, and it just specifies which sign to use.
And we're certainly amenable to that as a condition as well.
Okay. Do you have Title 39 on your plans? That's the, for everyone's understanding, that's the ability for the local police to enforce motor vehicle code on site.
We have no issue with if it's not noted on the plans, we have no issue with providing Title 39. For
Okay, that'll be a
property.
condition. Thank you, Francis.
Jeff, can you go back over your item 6? Exactly what will the condition provide?
For item number 6, I would like them to provide an exhibit that shows that a WB67 tractor trailer assembly can turn right into the site without encroaching on the left through lane of Route 571. I don't want them swinging wide, if you follow me.
And you're adding Title 39 as a condition, correct?
And Title 39 is a condition. Unless any members of the board have any questions for me, thank you.
It appears we can move on. Thanks, Jeff. Dan Dobromilski, landscape architect.
Good evening, Dan Dobromilski, landscape architect for the township. I also have a report that's dated March 29th. And I'll kind of go through that and pull out the points that need to be addressed. Now, the first comment is indicating that the property is, there is no greenbelt, township greenbelt on the property, that the nearest stream on this side of the road is approximately 4,000 feet away from this property. And that they will be removing trees on this property. There will be, the indication is that they're going to lose about 1/2 of the trees present on the property, but it will be mitigated by the planting of approximately 860 new trees, which is nearly 3 times the quantity to be removed. Thus, I've offered that the impact on the township green belt and the community-wide tree resource associated with this applicant is minimal and will be mitigated. The comments 2 and 3 were questions regarding the environmental impact statement and the green building techniques, and the testimony that was provided by the applicant addressed those comments. There are no conditions in there that I could see. Comment number 4 is a.
Dan, could we stay with 3 for a moment? Just wanted to see what the applicant's position was on actually providing solar panels as opposed to have the roof top ready for them.
Number 3.
Okay, I had a question on 2.
Okay.
You had said you were looking for supports on air quality. Have you gotten anything additional?
Well, I thought they provided testimony, if I remember correctly, on that.
Yeah, on the oxygen, but
Right.
about anything else?
So yeah, I mean, basically, I'm gonna, they provided testimony if there's questions from the board. I mean, basically what their indication was that the trees and the air movements on the property would be sufficient to mitigate the production of air pollution on the property.
Yeah, and then is that sufficient?
Well, they had addressed oxygen. I don't know if it addressed things like particulate matter or anything like that. So I'm just curious if there's anything more that's been supplied.
I didn't hear anything on that. I think what I was after was what would they did in the EIS, there is calculations indicating what the carbon dioxide production would be.
Yeah, there was a carbon dioxide and oxygen production, but I didn't see anything on like particulate matter or anything like
Correct.
that.
That was not included. Right.
It was not requested.
And then my question about item 3 is Dan raised the question of having solar panels on the roof. Just wanted to see what the applicant's position was on that, either having panels or having it solar ready.
My indication is the testimony was that it would be solar ready. That's the facility but designed to incorporate solar PV roof and conduit, et cetera, is what I have in my notes.
Okay.
Similar to the facility in Monroe, which will actually have solar on it because it's part of a utility program.
Right.
But that they were not proposing to do it, but they were having it ready.
And I understand that they did say that they were in compliance with NJA 3352, but that they couldn't put solar on at this point because they needed to work with PSE&G, which they couldn't do until they had applicants. Am I correct?
Until they had what, Andrew?
Until they had actual applicants that come in that could say what their power. A tenant,
Tenant.
sorry. Tenant that could come in and I guess they would have to determine the power usage at that point.
So I guess the question, Jerry, is should there be a condition regarding that?
About solar ready?
Well,
Yes.
is it fair to say that suffice it that the township would prefer that solar panels be installed for their benefits?
As long as the utility allows for it, yes.
Mr. Drysdale, use the mic, please.
Absolutely.
So the purpose of us designing and putting the extra steel infrastructure into the roof.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
So we're installing additional steel infrastructure to accommodate the additional live load for the solar panels. Again, we're a large renewable operation or hard asset manager. We'd love to have solar on a roof. It's just dependent on the local utility company. So
So
once
who will install the solar panels?
we would install the solar panels.
So you're agreeing to install the solar panels
No.
if the utility, electric utility approves.
Absolutely.
Is that a fair condition to summarize the discussion, Jerry?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Drysdale.
Sorry, I find that clear as mud. So but basically, what I'm hearing is, I mean, typically there's two ways of doing it. I think what you're doing in Monroe is where you're actually generating in concert with the utility company, you're generating power, whereas the normal solar installations are such that they are on the building side of the meter, meaning that you're only generating what's needed for the building only. So which are you saying you're going to do? Only because we're now talking about making it a condition. So I want to make sure we know what we're talking about.
So you mean, is he doing net zero or are they going to actually produce?
Sorry, I'm discussing it with my project manager. It goes back to the grid.
Was what?
It goes back to the grid.
So you would propose to do it if the utility allows you to do it where it goes back to the grid. If the other type of installation would only occur if the tenant was wanting it.
Correct.
So the typical installation of solar PV in most cases would be tenant driven. But if there was some type of program where PSE&G wanted you to have it on there, you would be accommodating.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
And that would be
That's clear.
directly, it wouldn't require community solar or anything like that?
Sorry, I don't know what
Oh,
community
oh,
solar
okay.
is.
So this would be a deal where you would sell the electricity back to the grid then?
Again, I don't know the exact specifics of
Okay.
selling it back to the grid. But sorry, how it works.
All right,
going-
so-
selling-
But I think I hear him
Yeah.
saying that they will interconnect to the grid.
Well, they have to interconnect to the grid either way. But the, so what the condition is, one, that they meet the legal requirements of being solar ready under NJ A3352. And number two is that the applicant will actively seek to put solar panels in to produce electricity. I don't know if we need to make a decision now whether what the deal is or.
What I heard was that if the utility company will allow it, they will work with the utility to do it as a power generator going back to the grid. But if they do not, then it would be left to the tenant if the tenant wanted to implement solar panels to address what the tenant uses.
Okay, so then that would go in the condition, and then as part of the condition, they will seek to do the first
Right.
thing.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I heard. Continuing on to comment number 4. Comment number 4 is talking about how the stormwater management basins do not meet the strict interpretation of the code in terms of their design for shape and aesthetics. And the applicant, the engineer for the applicant did provide testimony on this, and my report indicates that the part of that is coming from the need to create the buffer that's being proposed, and therefore they're trying to, if they went to a design that was more informal in shape and included some berming, meandering berming, that they would diminish the buffer. And then also the idea that the sand bottom portions of it, in our code, sand bottom portions have to have a certain setback, and the portions of those basins will not achieve that setback from the internal drives, the drive aisles, but that'll occur in the back of the site. So based upon that, I didn't have any strong objections to granting those waivers.
So Dan, that's totally for aesthetics. It's not protecting the
Correct. It's not.
stormwater or anything like that by
It's
taking
not-
this. Okay.
Correct. It's not functional, it's aesthetic.
Thank you.
Correct. Comment number 5 is there was a part of their plans, sheet 4, item 12.1 indicated there was a variance needed for landscape buffers. And I'm not sure if there was any testimony on that. And I'm not sure exactly what they're asking for the variance on. I don't recall if that was in the planning testimony. So if we could just clarify that.
Yeah, that's in relation to the fence height, because that section of the code, Barry, it mentions that berms are allowed to have a fence up to 8 feet in height. Obviously, we have a fence that's higher, so that's why
Okay.
we were noting.
Thank you. So that they need a variance for the fence height, the sound barrier fence height. Sound barrier, my term. Comment 6 is, and I have no objection to that because it meets the purpose that we need. Comment 6 is indicating that the landscape architectural design in general, it meets the township code standards 291P. It'll greatly enhance the aesthetics of development as is intended by the code. And there was 2 questions or comments here, or that could be conditions. One is that the planting schedule should be amended to include additional plant size range specifications, including height for caliper trees and height for spread of shrubs. And that a note should be inserted on the plans indicating that any additional ground level utility elements such as water meter, hot boxes, et cetera, will be screened by landscape plantings. I assume that's not objectionable. Comment 7 is indicating
will be a condition.
Not objective.
Comment 7 would also be a condition basically indicating that an automatic irrigation system will have to be designed for the site, and there should be a note added to the plan, including some hose bibs on the building to facilitate watering the landscape. Comment 8 was dealing with lighting. Francis addressed part of that. The last sentence in that section indicates that we're requesting a note be added to plans indicating that egress and loading dock lighting shall be subject to review by land use staff with building code submission to facilitate confirmation that glare producing lighting shall not be added to the building. The comment 9, I think we just want to make sure that as the plans progress to construction documents, that the location and screening of mechanical equipment is such that it's not visible. So if there could be a note on the architectural plans indicating that to the extent necessary, that these items will be screened, that would be helpful.
Will do.
Comment 10 was the wall, the wing wall that David had asked the question about the finish of that. And I think there was testimony provided that it will match the building and that the height would be sufficient to screen the loading docks. So that could be a condition just to confirm that on that wall that extends out from the building to screen the loading docks from the front of the property. Comment 11 is a kind of a hypothetical. Typically, these facilities will require some type of security fencing for certain types of users around the area where the loading occurs, and the materials could be occur overnight in trailers. And that I just asked that there be some type of standards offered either in notes or construction details indicating if security fencing is required and or guardhouses, that they will be compatible with the architectural and landscape architectural designs so that that we could handle that as an administrative approval at that point.
Agreed.
And then comment 12 was indicating about the glazing on the windows, and the testimony indicated there would be opaque glass where such that internal storage would not be visible from the outside.
So that would be a condition to add the note.
Correct.
It can be added as a condition, but I think Exhibit 8 already dealt with that.
Yeah, I think I have a note on the elevations or something. So there must be a note on the plans.
Any questions by board members for Dan?
I have a question. On
Yes.
item 6, you talk about screening of the irrigation equipment. Is irrigation provided on the berms where they're putting all those trees?
There's nothing indicated clearly on the plans at this time yet. We would typically ask that irrigation be provided or addressed for those areas. So we would have to determine whether it makes most sense to have an automatic system up there or to have a means that they could use hoses and such to irrigate that area such to establish the plantings.
Because you're depending on those evergreens in addition to the fencing and the berming to provide noise reduction for
Well,
the homes behind. You want to make sure those trees survive if they go in at 8 feet.
Well,
That's
I'm not an acoustical expert, but the trees do nothing for sound. So the amount of trees you would need to actually mitigate sound would be the entire property.
But
So
aesthetically too.
It's aesthetics,
You
correct.
want to
Yes.
protect those trees and water them and
Yep.
have some condition in place to replace them if they die.
Absolutely. This is a standard item that the applicant is used to dealing with. So what they typically do is for the bermed areas, the areas around the perimeter of the site where we have a lot of screening trees, what they do for the first year or so while the tree is being established, they put essentially it's almost like a big plastic bag almost that goes around the trunk of the tree, and it slowly drip irrigates the ball of the tree to make sure it's moist and establishes itself. So essentially be for the first year to make sure those trees are established and not dying. And obviously it's always a condition that there's a guarantee of the landscaping for at least a year that it would be replaced if it was dying. So in this case, it would just be irrigated for about the first year until they're established. But then other than that, it would be the landscaping plantings around the base of the building would be irrigated.
So in light of that, what we probably would ask is that there's some type of hose bib out near that area so that the landscape, that irrigation can occur. I will note that they will be required to post a performance bond for those elements since they are a landscape buffer. So that will be typically the performance bond goes beyond the year that'll occur. So there will be a performance bond posted for those to make sure that that landscape is installed and at least initially is established.
What happens after the year? Like, let's say it's 3 years later and a whole bunch of the trees die. Are they responsible for replacing those trees because they're part of the whole design, or what do you usually do?
That's an area that does come up now and then. So my answer to that is that there's a site plan approval. And if it's on the site plan, it has to be there in order to maintain the approval. Just as if the parking lot fell apart and was no longer functional, then they'd be no longer in compliance with their site plan approval. So the difference is with landscape grows. So there are situations where trees may die off over time, but because of the growth, it's not necessary to replace them to achieve the original intent. So it's a little more
Someone
amorphous.
can remove a dead tree if two big trees took a
Exactly,
spot,
right.
but we don't want a dead tree and we don't want a space. And I think they were going to say something.
Mr. Drysdale,
No?
did you want to comment?
It's all I was going to say is that it doesn't bode us well to have dead trees on our property as trees die, or, whether it's year 3, year 4, if there's a storm or hurricane that comes through, of course, we're going to remove the tree and install a new tree. We want to be a high-class operator, attracting high-quality tenants. And if you have dead trees all along the property, that suggests that we're not a good landlord, and we want to be a good landlord. So if trees die, we're going to replace them. And to your point earlier, it doesn't we want those trees to survive the first year because it costs us money. So we're going to do everything possible to make sure those trees are irrigated and that they do survive.
We have had situations where landscape has failed or been removed by mistake, and we've been able to convince property owners to reinstall it.
I know we sometimes get the complaints.
Yes, you do.
All right. May we move on to Mr. Jepson, environmental report? Good evening, Chris.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Chris Jepson. I'm the environmental consultant, and I submitted a report on March 29th. One of the first things I was tossed a question. The state idling law is 3 minutes. 3 minutes. It's not very long. I like that. It's a good one.
Thank you.
Back to my report.
Yeah, I think there are a couple exceptions of things like trucks that have refrigeration or?
Well,
other-
there's some, I just looked through the whole reg. There's some 15-minute exceptions, but
Right.
in general, it's 3 minutes.
Right.
Exactly. Back to my report. There's quite a few little wetlands on the site, and they're going to take 4 separate permits to have to take care of these and also accommodate their footprint. They're also going after a wetlands transitional waiver, and you've heard that's in the DEP, and they're waiting for a response. Their LOI is appropriate and in force.
You talking to the mic?
Oh,
You talking to the mic, please?
Lean in.
all right. I'm sorry, my apologies. The green belt, there's no green belt on site. However, we were just talking about trees dying. Those trees take up the carbon dioxide that's going to be given off by the trucks. We don't want them to die. The more trees, the better for that location. And it was an interesting discussion about the CO2 and oxygen. And the trees, besides taking up the CO2, they also give off oxygen. So we have some mitigation going on there. The calculations that the applicant provided on this calculated 30 minutes for idling time when we just heard the state law's 3 minutes. So that's another factor of safety. They have a complex stormwater system, infiltration basins, water quality devices, and that kind of thing. And it's totally compliant. However, we in West Windsor know there's been a lot of flooding lately. The 100-year storm comes a lot closer than 100 years. In fact, we get a lot more rain than that. So I really hope that this stormwater system is even more robust and compliant. There is now a bicycle rack shown. That was not there earlier. You've heard the solar status. It's going to be solar ready, and hopefully it'll even be built. The acoustical modeling that I have seen is pretty robust. A lot of assumptions. I would make 2 suggestions on that. One is I like the 39 versus the 31 fence. I think that foam does add something to it. And I think it actually adds the fence as far as stability and that kind of thing. So I would go with the 39. Another thing, as a scientist, I love data. I'd like to see a test after this berm is built by the houses, and I'd like to see what that data is, because that's the proof. Assumptions are great, but I'm a scientist. I love data. The more data, the better.
So Chris, you're suggesting that a condition of approval be that a live test be performed upon completion of this whole development, and it is operational, and that this would enable us to confirm that the design for the sound attenuation is working.
Mr. Chairman, this might seem an onerous proposition to the applicant, but I think it's well-founded, and I'd like to see that done.
Mr. Jepson, is that something?
Excuse me, Andrew, hang on a second. Do we have agreement for that?
I'm sorry,
Do we have agreement from the applicant for the suggestion by Mr. Jepson that a dynamic test be performed after everything is completed?
I think we already agreed to that.
Okay.
Someone else raised that issue on your side.
So Jerry, that's certainly something.
Okay, and
Can I ask a little further on that?
exactly.
When you perform that test, it's going to be under whatever conditions you're performing it. Is there a plan to do some ongoing testing to make sure that under various conditions, various times, whether it's once a month or some point, to make sure that you're continuing to meet the sound regulations?
I
Yeah.
guess we can establish some kind of procedure, but,
Please use the mic.
I assume we could establish some kind of procedure for regular testing, but DEP is permitted to go out anytime they want. So the testing can occur through their enforcement folks at any time. We don't
But,
have to give them permission.
I'm just thinking, I mean, you have an accountant who comes in and checks your books every so often. You've got, I'm sure you check for various pollutants if you're near water lines. This would be something where you would be checking yourself, so to speak.
It could be an annual check.
I'd say a particular time to make sure that that people aren't getting sloppy and your sound levels aren't going up. The berm's probably not going to change. It's probably going to be what's going on at the warehouse itself that would
Well,
change.
Mr. Petrino just suggested it to be done annually after the initial test.
Is annually, Mr. Jepson?
Day and
does
night,
that sound
day
right?
and night. We'd like to have a day and night reading.
Yeah, well, yeah, you have two sets of laws, so I would assume you would check it for both sets of laws.
And Chris, is annually good enough for you?
What do you think?
Yes, it is. I'm just curious, does the township have any acoustical meters themselves? Health department does. So we could actually have our health department go out and check it up once in a while.
I'm thinking,
just to-
that- yeah, we could always do that. I'm just
Yeah.
thinking it would be nice.
Well, I think it'd be nice to have them
Yeah,
do
that-
it. And
that
then we
they-
can
that
do
they-
spot
they're
checks.
comfortable.
So annual interval is satisfactory.
All right. And
Chris?
Yes.
Speak.
Yes.
well, conferring with my client, we think it'd be appropriate to do it once the warehouse is in operation. And then after that, the town can go out, DEP can go out, but I'm not sure that the cost of doing that or the annual basis is something you could do it every day for 365 days. So we'll do it when we open up to confirm that the assumptions in Jack's report prove true. And after that, DEP can go out, you can go out. That's the way it's apparently supposed to work.
So that's an issue that the board would have to address during,
Sorry,
that's an
Jerry?
issue the board would have to address during deliberations.
I mean,
No,
you can ask the health department to go and check. I mean, that's better. I mean, if I have a question and they do the test, I will raise 500 questions whether the test was done properly. It's easier for the health department to go and do the test. I mean, that way you control how the test was done.
Absolutely. I agree.
All right.
Chris, you also suggested that they bring the fence up to 39 SDC.
Yes, I just like that foam insert.
Yeah.
I mean, you heard the consultant say it doesn't do anything because we're looking at the waves going over the top, but sound waves are all encompassing. So if it has to go over, it does diminish a great deal. I just like the 39 with that foam insert.
And I'm really in agreement with you on that point.
Well, we agreed to defer the decision on
Okay.
that until after we hear more from some of the comments that we're going to hear. Okay, so don't let us forget.
Don't worry.
So I take it rather than any annual testing, then we should follow the mayor's suggestion that the health department can go out. And I take it the applicant would not have any objection to the health department having whatever access it needs.
I don't think I can have it.
So the health
Okay, and
department,
then
DEP
just to finish the thought.
Okay.
And then if in fact it doesn't, the testing shows that the fence is not working as it's is supposed to perform, that mitigation measures would be put in effect.
I assume we have to comply. Yes, yeah. So, well, we'll defer on the 31, but, you know, I'd like a bonus for staying late at meetings, but that's not how life works. I mean, we deal with standards and requirements, and we're meeting the standards and requirements.
All right.
But
we're
the
gonna move
planning
on.
board has a lot of flexibility in terms of imposing reasonable conditions. I just want to emphasize that to the board.
We're
Jerry-
we're
Jerry, do
deferring the
we-
final discussion on the 31 to 39 issue. Okay?
Okay. Jerry, do we need to say anything for the health department to be able to go out whenever they want without?
Yeah, I'm going to put that in the
any
condition.
notification? Okay.
Right.
You can put that in? Thank you.
What's our recourse if they do exceed the standards that they established? What can we do?
Then
How
they're
can
in
that be-
violation of a state code and there may be suspension of operation or whatever.
Okay.
Is that not true, staff?
I think it is.
I see heads shaking affirmatively.
Thank you.
We have a report dated April 6th from Chief Lynch for our fire and emergency services. Just for go on the record, Emergency vehicle access is adequate. Applicant provided drawings showing fire apparatus can successfully negotiate the site. Water supply. Building must be equipped with full automatic fire sprinklers, and the proposed fire hydrant locations comply with fire prevention ordinance. I would think that those two would be conditions.
No issues with those, with that report.
Thank you. Miscellaneous items. A lockbox to allow immediate access by the fire department shall be installed at the front of the building. That would be a condition. I saw a couple of locations of lock boxes on the plan, including the front.
All items in that report are acceptable.
All right, I just for the record want to read the position of the fire department connection that supports the fire sprinkler system shall be at the front of the building. With regard to emergency responder radio coverage, all new buildings shall have approved radio coverage for emergency responders. So we've previously, in situations like this, made that a condition that the radio reception is satisfactory. And that would include a radio signal strength survey of the building while under construction.
Gene, did you say under water supply for fire protection, we should put in both bullets? Because the second bullet is just a note that there's already compliance.
Which bullet are you talking about, Jerry?
I thought you said under water supply for fire protection, we should put in this condition, both bullets. Maybe I misunderstood that. The second bullet really is just a comment that they are in compliance.
Well, but it's a condition that to be sure to put the connection at the front of the building.
No, I wasn't talking about miscellaneous. I was talking about water supply for fire protection, the section before that. I thought you had said we should have conditions for both of those two bullets, but the second bullet really doesn't need to be a condition. It's just an indication that they already comply.
Must comply with the ordinance, so a condition's not warranted, not needed.
Right.
Is that what you're saying, Jerry?
I say it's not necessary because the chief says they do comply. This is the second bullet under water supply for fire protection.
Right.
No, it's just a comment.
The second bullet does not require a condition, is what you're clarifying.
Right, yeah.
I agree.
Okay, good, thanks.
And in conclusion, Chief Lynch provides current application complies with the Township Fire Prevention Ordinance. An applicant has agreed to all requests made by this office. I recommend approval. All right. That completes our staff reports. Adams, do you need a time? We will take a 5-minute recess, please. I know a lot of people have been going up and using the restroom facilities during the hearing. So let's just allow the worker bees and the board to take a 5-minute break.
Also, if you're standing, we have plenty of chairs. If you want to take a chair to where you're standing and sit down, that's quite all right.
I know that's why I'm forgetting.
Russian army leaving Ukraine. How cool would that be?
I'm gonna, hi, good evening. Curtis. But feel free to make public comments. I'm gonna get water.
Stay hydrated. Notice how traffic engineers can go off on all these jargon, like. It's obvious that it could be flipped. Problem is that requirement. Oh, you just. Maybe in violation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called a perfect king, the eighth inning. The thing goes. If I was a homeowner, I would say, hey, grant them the variance, flip it, and then, the issue will go away.
Public comment.
Well, first of all, it's a matter of the fact that it's a permitted use in the zone. That has right. He's not asking for any variance. Minor waivers. He's absolutely right to do it. What we're trying to do is make that's why I did
We'd like to finish tonight. Good.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Was I responsive to your inquiries? Was I responsive to your messages? All right, I'm going to resume. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, would you please find your seats? Again, would you please find your seats? We'd like to resume the hearing. Mr. Schechtel. Thank you very much, folks. Thank you. Madam Stenographer, you ready? We will reconvene at 9:18. We are now going to go to the portion of the meeting where we open comments to the public. And as I indicated earlier, if there are any attorneys that wish to be heard, we will recognize them first. We have an attorney.
And Gene, if I may, would this be the time when both the attorney and any member of the public wants to ask questions of any of the witnesses, they can do so now as well as making their own comments. Correct?
Yes,
Yep,
and
okay.
you're going to swear everybody in.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, we did bring a noise expert, so I would actually like to have her testify before we proceed to the questions and comments.
Well, why don't you identify yourself for the record?
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman O'Brien. My name's Cynthia Hagianis. I am representing a group of neighbors I had, most of whom live on East Kincaid Drive. And now we've actually added 2 more neighbors to the group since I initially sent my letter of representation on April 6th. And we've added Pani Mitravarasani. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. He's part of the original group. Sorry. The 2 people we added are from Remington Circle, Ben Lee. He lives at 29 Remington Circle, and Fuquan
Is that
Chi.
L-E-E?
L-I.
L-I?
Ben Lee and Fuquan Chi at 27.
Can you spell those
Yeah,
names?
yeah. Fuquan is Fuquian. Last name Shi, S-H-I.
Thank you.
27 Remington. And we've actually lost one member of our client group, Lusheng Yan. So
Could you spell it?
Yeah.
That'll be on your letter.
it's in my letter, but
Yes,
Lusheng, he's actually here. It's Lushengyan. He's here on his own behalf this evening. And I did just want to briefly, before the noise expert comes up, I did just want to briefly summarize my client's concerns. So sometimes when people oppose these development projects, they call them NIMBY, not in my backyard. For 3 of my clients, this project is literally in their backyards. So Ji Wei at 21 East Kincaid, it's in his backyard. Chakrapani Dabara, 23 East Kincaid, it's in his backyard. And Yushing 2 at 19 East Kincaid, the project is going to be in his backyard. So, and my client group, they have similar concerns to the types of things the board's been asking about throughout the applicant's presentation and throughout the township's consultants and engineers presentation. They're worried about noise. They're worried about air pollution. They're worried about the stormwater management plan being inadequate. They're concerned about the peaceful enjoyment of their homes and their backyards. They're concerned that the drainage problems will hurt their septic systems. And everyone loves the beautiful, bucolic, picturesque way that West Windsor looks. I think they're very upset that things are changing and in a way that's going to negatively impact all of them. They're concerned they won't be able to enjoy nature in their large yards as much as they do now. They're also concerned about aesthetics, overdevelopment, truck traffic, and the pollution that's going to be generated by the trucks. And along with that, they're also concerned about pollution to the groundwater and light pollution. So I think I've summed it up. Everybody's lived here for a different number of years, some much longer than others. But it's the hour's already getting late, and I don't want to lose our chance to have our noise expert testify. So I'm going to bring her up here right now.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
That's not the procedure that land use boards follow. This is now a time for questions from the attorney or from anyone else about our testimony. It's not, we don't hear from experts before we go through the question and answer period. Beyond that, I just have to say, this is a property that's zoned for this use. Overdevelopment, irrelevant.
Excuse me, one at a time.
Excuse me.
You're
Oh.
the one who interrupted me. He made his presentation. He finished. I'm not sure I understand why.
Would
is
you
he
let him
responding?
finish and then you can respond?
Yeah.
Right. So this is a time for questions. Beyond that, and some of the issues that have been raised, overdevelopment, irrelevant, not something we're going to hear about tonight, the property zone. Peaceful enjoyment. It's zoned. It's been zoned. This is a permitted use. No variances, no way, some minor waivers. And the only thing we're doing is improving the site so there's no violation of the DEP and township noise standards. I understand she has an expert and the expert wrote a report and we've already responded to that report in writing. So I understand that she wants that expert to testify at some point, but
Yes.
now is not the point.
Well,
May I
before
respond? Yeah.
I'll let you respond quickly.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to be quick, but the applicant's taken a lot of time to make their presentation. I
understand.
think we should be given a reasonable amount of time. So I'm summarizing, like right now, the purpose of this introduction is to summarize my client's comments that they would have made had they taken their 3 minutes to make the comments on their own. It's not to
Understood.
engage in a debate
Understood.
with the applicant's lawyers.
Let's-
In terms of the procedure being irregular, I'm not familiar with that. I've appeared on behalf of objectors in front of many boards. Most of the experts are allowed to testify.
Well, Cindy, we're going to clarify that right now.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Mueller, is there any reason why I cannot allow this attorney to call her expert witness?
No.
So we will proceed by hearing by your expert witness.
Thank you. Also, if I may add, Mr. Petrino mentioned that there had been a written response to my expert's report. I don't believe I've received that.
It was sent before 5 o'clock to you.
We will ask the sound engineer to respond.
Perhaps you have a written copy you could give us now.
I have one copy.
I would
I can give
point
you my
out that the
copy.
township received this expert witness, supposed witness's testimony yesterday.
Well, actually, it was this morning.
Well, it's dated the
You have a-
26th, so things are happening kind of quickly.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
No, and by the way, I appreciate that we got the report ahead of time because it gave us a chance to review all the comments and address them.
All right. So identify your witness and she will be sworn by our attorney.
Thank you. I'd like to present Sharon Paul Carpenter from Paul Carpenter Associates, Inc. She is an air emissions, noise, and vibration specialist.
If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? So sworn or affirmed. Please state your full name and spell your last name.
It's Sharon Paul, Paul, Carpenter, Carpenter.
Ms. Paul Carpenter, what's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Rutgers University in meteorology. I have 35 years experience with air quality, noise, and vibration studies.
And what professional credentials do you hold?
I have certification from the state to perform community noise enforcement. I am a member of the NAC, which is the noise. Yeah, let me grab that. Thank you. National Association of Acoustical Consultants. And a member of the Institute of Noise Control Engineering.
What does it require to become a member of such organization?
A degree and expertise.
But no professional credentials?
Yeah, your degree in a natural science.
I mean a recognition by the governmental entity of status, a license.
No, there is no license. No. Yeah, there is no.
So you
license.
hold no professional credentials of that extent?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just, may I ask two questions?
Uh,
Credentials.
I have 35 years working in the industry, working in environmental disciplines, the three of them that I talked about: noise, air quality, and vibration. My company holds several on-call contracts with the state transportation agencies. So that's New Jersey DOT, New Jersey Transit, New Jersey Turnpike Authority, and the Port Authority of New York, New Jersey. So if any of my clients has an issue, they call me and my company. I've designed over 200 miles of noise walls in the state, including the Turnpike, the several DOT highways. So most of the ones you see in New Jersey are designed by me.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask if she holds a license as a professional engineer?
I'm not a
We already
professional
did.
engineer.
All right. And is your only degree is in meteorology? That's your
Yes.
degree?
Mr. Petrino, we don't need the sarcastic tone, please.
Yeah.
Let's get on with the witness.
I didn't believe I was sarcastic, by the way.
I'm sorry,
I don't think I was sarcastic, by the way.
I do.
Well, we'll disagree.
So I was asked to review Lewis Has Good Friends analysis. And typically when I perform these types of studies or reviews, I look for data in the report to replicate the results. And I disagree with Mr. Jepson that the study was robust because I didn't find any data in it to really be able to replicate it. And I wrote down some major issues that I thought were worth mentioning. And one important thing is that Jack's report did not discuss.
You can just look up this way. You don't have to keep turning.
Okay, it did not discuss any of the assumptions that went into the model. Now, everybody knows garbage in is garbage out. So when you're a sound plan or 3D acoustical model sounds great, but if you're not putting in the right data in, you're not going to get the right data back out. So none of the information provided gave me that information so that I can run that model in my own sound plan file. And so I wasn't able to duplicate some of his assumptions because he didn't give any assumptions. All he said was that for the HVAC system, that it was a similar size building. So what did that mean? What type of system was that? That's not the only issue with some of his assumptions that go in the model. He also did not include the dock levelers. He made a recommendation to use pneumatic dock levelers.
And at the first hearing, the applicant agreed to do so.
Right. So what that means, it didn't include it in the model. So what that means is that when the deck leveler comes up, it extends out mechanically, but drops to the floor of the trailer. That drop is metal on metal. So it's not going to eliminate the sounds of metal on metal dropping and impulsive sound. So that was not included in his model. So I had an issue with that. Also, the nighttime noise limits. He did a really good job of mentioning and listing what the code is. But at night, he recommended no backup alarms or a limitation to the backup alarms. And as I mentioned, OSHA has in the report, OSHA does have standards. You must have backup alarms for the safety of all involved on the site, but they can either be broadband, pure tone, or you could use strobes, or you can use spotters. Very rarely do I ever see any trucking facility have spotters because it means there's got to be a person outside bringing the tractor trailer in. So
By spotter, is that something like a person at an airport that's directing the plane up to the gate?
Exactly. So I don't believe the backup alarms are part of his model. I am just seeing his, response. So I'm hoping that I can get a read on it.
We will ask him to respond.
Also, what he didn't mention about the code is that it's based on an LMAX, a maximum noise level. So, we all have ears, so we know how sound is in the natural environment. We hear several sounds, one right after another. And the way that the code is written is that when there's the maximum sound level, so it could be an instantaneous peak of noise, that's what's regulated by the code. So that could be a backup alarm, that could be a slam, it could be a car door, it could be the HVAC system. There are two separate codes, one for that impulsive sound and another for the continuous sound. So he, in his verbal testimony on April 6th, he mentioned average, and he mentioned having all of the sources in his model and the average. So what happens is, since I don't have his sound plan model, I don't know exactly how he modeled. You can ask the model to do an LEQ, a noise level like averaging, or the LMAX. So he did not, in his report, did not mention anything about LMAX. So non-compliance is any sound, whether it be continuous or impulsive, above that limit, daytime or night. And that information is not provided in his report. He says that he included truck movements, but we all know that sounds of a truck accelerating is different and it's louder. So there's no information in his report on whether or not he assumed acceleration in his model. Trash compactors, he didn't talk about what size, and he didn't give me any noise levels that he assumed for that, so I couldn't replicate that. And the remaining comments really are about the mitigation, the noise wall that you guys are looking at, that sample. So, when you place a noise wall up, it casts a shadow of noise reduction behind it, right? So sound travels, and there was a whole bunch of discussions about traveling through, traveling over. I design noise walls for transportation agencies, and there's a lot of trucks on the roadways that I design noise walls for. And they are heavy concrete post and panel construction. They're 2 pounds per square foot, and they can reduce, depending on its location and where the home is, whether or not it's in that shadow zone behind it, it can decrease anywhere from 8 to 13 dB. That's it. So when I take, since I don't have any noise levels provided in his report, I took my own noise levels for just one source, a truck backup alarm. So I have measured levels out in the field of my own. And I took that and I propagated it just through hand calculations, not a model. I can, if I had his data, I could try to replicate it, but I just did back of envelope calculations and determined that they need a lot more than 8 to 13 dB reduction. And it depends on where you put that receptor in your model. Are you putting it so far up against the barrier that you're going to get that maximum reduction? Or are you putting it back out of the shadow zone so that when the sound comes over that noise wall, there is that noise level above 50 dB? And that's what I lacked in data. I couldn't determine whether or not that was deficient. Because I don't know how much insertion loss is required in his analysis, I don't know whether or not that's reasonable. All I know is my noise walls give between, 5 to 13. The 13 is the most I can get So, and that's with a concrete post and panel, not something like that. And one thing that that is just totally misunderstood here is that every single product has capabilities in different frequencies. We all know what frequencies are. Things are higher pitched and lower pitched. And each product has a spec sheet that gives you reductions per frequency. So there are several sources of noise on that site. Backup alarms, which are high frequency, engines that are low frequencies. What they don't tell you in this report is that that product is going to give different reductions for different frequencies. So it's a very complex issue. You can't just slap up a product and assume it's going to give a reduction. The STC rating is just a rating, but it's not saying that a 31 decibel reduction is going to take place because it's got an STC of 31. It can only do, because it's not being enclosed, what it can only do is cast that shadow of noise level reduction behind it. And as the sound comes through, as the sound goes over, it's going to matter what frequency, what wave it is. So there is no guarantee that that product is going to do what it needs to do based on the source. You can do modeling, but I don't have the spec material to know whether or not, the spec sheet, whether to know it's going to give the reduction that they need in those frequencies based on that source. So that's really the bulk of what my issues are with the lack of information that I did not find, the lack of information in his report.
Speaking to the mic, please.
Can you go to the mic?
So if I'm to understand correctly, there were no maximum noise levels in the applicant's model?
I don't know that. He gave me no information in his report to say whether or not he used LMAX or LEQ as a metric.
So is there enough data or analysis in the in the expert's initial report to conclude that the permissible levels will not be exceeded?
No, there's not enough to make that conclusion.
Thank you.
Can I take your copy of
Does
the-
that complete this witness's
Do you
testimony?
have any questions?
Yeah, can I ask a question? I mean, I'm an engineer. I know what you're talking about, the thing dropping. I don't know, as I said, I've forgotten my college physics. And you can debate with his expert on models all the time. And both may be right and we won't know until it's built. But one of the discussions we had and one of the conditions in the application is that once it's completed, the township health expert will do a test to make sure that it's complying with the township code. And if it's not complying, they can't open. I mean, because it will be non-compliant application. Why is that not a sufficient condition? And you can, I mean, they can hire you to do a test too. So we don't have to talk about models. We don't have to debate whether you are right or he is right, or whether the sound travels vertical, shadow is 6 feet or 8 feet. Why is not a sufficient condition so that our township health officer is going to do a test? You can do whatever test you want to do. Because otherwise we will be here talking about models and whether you have enough data and not till cows come home. We have no idea.
That is certainly your obligation, your choice. All I'm saying is that based on, simplistic physics and calculations, not models, just based on physics, just one source is not going to meet the code.
Say that again, one source is not?
One source, just the backup alarms. Because when I do my own calculation, it needs more than what a noise wall is going to provide. to
Yeah,
meet
but
that.
then it's simple. They spend millions of dollars building the thing and they can't use it. As simple as that. So
Excuse me,
when
sir.
when your turn comes, you speak. Right? I mean, we can be, I don't know if you're right. I don't know if they're right. Right? I don't know. I don't have the sound. I'm not a sound engineer to make that expertise.
Well, it seems to me if the site is deemed to be appropriate for a warehouse is going to have trucks. And if trucks can't meet the code based on just simple physics, then what would they use the site for?
Then they don't open, as simple as that. I mean,
See?
that's a risk he's taking, right? He's spending a lot of money, whoever it is.
Miss,
Excuse me,
Miss.
folks.
Miss Carpenter, you testified that you've done sound enforcement and designed sound walls for many different government entities. Would any of them approve a project based on this quantum of data?
That's a hypothetical question, isn't it?
I object. That's not an appropriate.
I don't think that's an appropriate question.
Well, okay, then I'll ask about this project. Is there enough data in the record for to create sufficient credible evidence for this board to approve this project?
I would have to say no. It's very risky.
Does that complete this witness's testimony? Any questions by the board of this witness?
Yeah, going back to performance, have you ever, and by the way, I'm an engineer too, there's probably plenty here. Have you actually measured at a typical warehouse a decibel level at a certain distance? Do you have any experience of pure, unadulterated, here's a warehouse in the middle of nowhere, so we don't care. And this warehouse is running, so say 300,000 square feet, whatever. And what kind of sound level would you see at, say, a couple hundred feet from that warehouse? Do you have any knowledge of anything like that?
No, I have never monitored a warehouse.
Oh, okay. I'm probably going to ask the same of our applicant there, but because looking at all of this, there's so many variables here, and there's so many variables in even in the conditions, and there's buildings, there's other things absorbing, there's a lot of other things going on. It's it's a lot. No matter what you do, you're making 100 different assumptions, it looks like. So I think it is a hard thing to predict, but at this particular case, the prediction is the risk of the applicant because he has to meet the law. And if he can't, he's going to have to find some way of meeting what the law is. And it's very hard for me. You've brought up some good points. They brought up some points. I've asked similar questions on some of this too. But in the end, the applicant is going to have to meet this law. And I think if he doesn't, people are going to say something. So that makes it difficult for us to decide what model, or if there's a model or works, it doesn't work because there's just so many variables here. Has the applicant ever gone to one of your warehouses and measured how many
Andrea,
decibels?
hang on, let's deal with this witness and then we'll go on from there.
I have a question. In In your truck backup test, what distances did you use for the perceived where the wall would be and where the residence would be to measure your decibel level?
So when I just did the hand calculations, I don't have I don't have the CAD file, so I had to use like,
No, I understand that,
scale?
but did you use 100, did you measure it at 100 feet or 200 feet from the sound of the truck backing up to simulate what would be in the applicant's warehouse?
we use a reference distance of 50 feet. So we had a clear, free field of,
Right.
nothing else around it. And we documented 80.5 as the Lmax at a reference distance of 50 feet. Then I propagated that to 125 between, the source of the backup.
Right, but
and-
that's way more than 50 feet, and there's a wall there in the middle of that, between that and the residences. So how is your test comparing apples to apples?
So I calculated through physics, the propagation back to 125 feet, which I assumed was the property. And then I took a loss. I tried to figure out what would the wall need to be to meet the code at night. And that's when I came up with the difference, which is the 22 decibels.
And what would be a wall what would the STC for the wall being to get it down to the level acceptable?
That's what I was trying to mention. It's not, you cannot have any STC, doesn't matter, unless you're fully enclosing a source. You cannot get 22 decibel, no matter what STC, on a noise wall.
Okay. Can I ask a question of Mr. Vitrino's witnesses? Kind of pertaining to something that this witness said, testified about?
I was intending to ask Mr. Petrino if he wants his noise expert to testify.
This is specific
okay, go ahead,
testimony.
Mike.
So
I'd rather respond to the report and not do it piecemeal.
Okay, so you don't want me to ask you a question based on the testimony this witness gave?
Yeah, you can, after we respond to her criticism.
Well, Mr. Petrino, would you give the vice chairman the courtesy of allowing him to ask his question?
It's a very specific question.
Uh,
You may not be responding to it based on this testimony, or,
Yeah, go ahead and ask the question. I mean, we can ask it now or. ask
on the ramps that drop down to the truck beds when there's a delivery made. Is the drop in a free fall, or is it based on hydraulics that slowly lower it down to the truck bed?
Yes, not to get into piecemeal, but we did model hydraulic docks, which slowly lower it down. I've measured them in person. They don't crash down. Those are the old spring-loaded type docks.
Right,
Which
that's-
we do not want here.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
But I'm under the assumption that his model did not account for that, whether it be us,
It's hydraulics. You made it sound like it's going to crash down to the truck bed. And yes, that I've used manual ramps, so I've dropped it down on heavy onto a truck bed. It makes a loud sound, but these are hydraulics that slowly lower. The sound is pretty muffled. And that's personal experience. I don't know about this
it
warehouse.
is reduced. It's not eliminated.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vitrino.
So stand by, Ms. Paul Carpenter. We may want you to answer questions. Mr. Petrino, do you wish your noise consultant to
Absolutely.
speak?
And we'll do it point by point as we. did in
Ms.
our
Paul Carpenter, it might be better if
Stay nearby.
you and your attorney stayed up here in front so you get to the microphone more quickly if there needs to be a dialogue. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, Jack, did you review the report we received yesterday from Paul Carpenter Associates, Inc.? The report was dated April 26, 2022.
Yes, you may have received yesterday, but I received that at 11:20 this morning. But I did review it this afternoon.
Okay, and did you prepare a report to address the reported deficiencies in your report?
Yes, and we issued that today at around 4 o'clock.
Okay, and that report's dated April 27th.
Yes.
All right. Can you take us through that report on a point-by-point basis?
Okay, so for the modeled HVAC equipment, we used another warehouse in the northeast area that was also a previous application where they did have enough of a design to have mechanical systems designed. And they used 8 green heck fans, ventilation fans staggered across the warehouse. That warehouse was 326 and 630 square feet compared to our 325, 710. So it's within 1,000 square feet of our warehouse. So I would say pretty comparable in size. In addition to those ventilation fans, we also modeled 10-ton rooftop air conditioning equipment in each of the 3 office areas, which would be serving the office air conditioning. For all of that equipment, we used the manufacturer's sound data for that ventilation equipment. And at the end of our letter, it was requested to provide a comparison to the octaband limits of the code since the HVAC equipment provides essentially consistent noise. And we did so. It's figure A attached to this letter, which shows that the HVAC contribution ranges from 37 to 41 decibels overall compared to your 50 decibel nighttime limit. And generally, the octabands are around 10 decibels or more below the octaband limit.
Jack, would you explain the ordinance on that particular graph? What's it telling us?
Yeah, so octabands, I like to compare it to like colors of the rainbow, right? So you have each color is a different frequency. And then when you add them all up, that's your total sound level. So these octaband limits are limits for individual frequencies of sound, low frequency, mid frequency, and high frequencies. And each one of those frequencies has a different limit. And that would be the dark bar with the horizontal markers on it. That's the code limit. And then the 3 charts with the open unfilled markers, square, triangle, and circle. Those are the results at the property lines. So at the second story windows of the houses.
You're saying that you tested 3 different frequencies.
No, we tested all frequencies and we compared them at 3 different locations.
Okay.
Yep.
When you say you tested all frequencies, can you be more specific?
Ranging from 63 hertz to 8,000 hertz.
And what do those represent?
I'm sorry?
What do those represent? Where does that sound come from?
Those are different frequencies of sound. So you have low, or you can think of it like a piano, right? So your left hand is down at the low end. That's low frequency noise.
For instance, a truck backing up.
Well, this is just the HVAC sound because the HVAC is continuous sound. The code states that if you have continuous sound and it doesn't vary by more than 2 decibels, then you can compare it to the octaband code.
Okay.
So it's just the rooftop air conditioning equipment and ventilation fans.
You tested only for HVAC. You didn't test for a truck backup, etc.
For comparison to the octaband code, correct. The other items are only compared to the overall limit of 50 decibels, which is what was in my original report.
Jodica, there are multiple points. I think he's going to address the multiple points.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if we can go through our.
Yes.
That would be helpful. And by the way, how many warehouses have you modeled? For these types of issues?
I've modeled dozens. I've also been involved with compliance testing for dozens over my course of my career. And all of the warehouse operations, besides the HVAC equipment, which was based on manufacturer's sound data, all of the other data in my model is based on actual measurements at operating warehouses.
Okay. So there was a second comment that was raised about dock levelers.
And as I mentioned, so we did, it was, I guess, my omission that I didn't include it in my bulletized list of sources, but we did model pneumatic dock levelers in the acoustical model. And they don't, the ones that I measured, they don't drop to the ground. They kind of lower slowly to meet up with whatever the height is of the dock bay.
And we're not using spring-loaded levelers.
No, we do not want that. It's surely a condition of approval that they will use pneumatic levelers.
Okay. The third item is Mr. Chairman, by the way, and Mr. Mueller, don't we want to mark these reports and make them part of the record?
Yes.
Yeah. So Ms. Carpenter's report is dated April 26, and it is 3 pages. I don't know how you want to mark that.
Would that be 01?
Yes. And then
Yes.
Jack's second report is dated April 27th, and it is, I think it's 6 pages, right? 6 pages, but that includes some charts. And Mr. Mueller, I think that would be A10.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, floor is yours.
Third comment was regarding the nighttime use of backup alarms. That's probably is the trickiest component here because the tenant will have to regulate those alarms to be no louder than 100. Now, in some warehouses I've worked on at nighttime, the only thing that moves at night is a yard jockey that moves around trailers at night. And certainly that would be owned by the warehouse or remain on the warehouse property, and they could equip that truck appropriately with a low noise signal.
But I believe we had testimony at the first hearing that this was going to be a 24/7 operation.
It may be, but they might not need to have a ton of trucks at night, depending on who the tenant is.
Excuse me, folks.
We don't know. That's part of the
I
speculation.
appreciate that there are emotions involved, but if we have too many outbursts, I'm going to clear the room and you won't get a chance to testify at all. Let's continue.
Yeah, so it's really going to be up to the end tenant to monitor their operations and control these truck backup alarms. I have been on warehouses where they do disengage the backup alarms on site because there's nobody in those areas. So it's certainly something the end user would have to consider and accommodate.
And it could be tested by the township.
That's correct. So first and foremost, the DEP and the town code are enforcement codes, which means there's not a violation unless there's a complaint first. The procedure is you get a complaint and then DEP, the county, or the health department responds and measures those levels. We're talking about prospective compliance here to show that it can meet. But certainly the DEP code and the town code is enforced all the time, and anybody can go out there anytime and enforce it if they get a complaint first.
Next item, please.
Regarding the level of the backup alarm, so I believe Ms. Carpenter's level of 80.5 correlates with what we used, which is a sound power of 112 decibels from a backup alarm. That's the daytime unrestricted level. So that correlates well. I did provide, as requested at the end of the letter, the product data for the proposed wall. My experience is that beeping sound is primarily in the 1 kilohertz to 2 kilohertz octabands. And the sound attenuation provided by that wall at those frequencies ranges from 39 to 42 decibels.
Which are within.
Yeah, which is well above the 20 that I limited to for going over the wall. Regarding maximum versus average, we do model maximum levels. These are not averaged over a day. Everything's considered a maximum or a continuing sound. In the case of the HVAC, it's always on for the model. Number 5, for truck movements, our modeling considered accelerating trucks. Trash compactor was based on measurements from an operating 30 cubic yard compactor, took the Lmax of that operation while it was compacting trash, and we modeled 2 on the site operating simultaneously.
Would it be fair? I'll direct this at Dan and Francis. Would it be fair to ask the applicant to agree that the trash compactors will be operated only within a certain hour span? For example, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. or something like that?
Dan Dobromelski for the township. I think I don't think that would be an unusual request because typically in these type of proceedings, the applicant indicates that they contract with the company that is servicing the facility and they can control when they access the site to do that within that contract.
I've discussed with the applicant and they are agreeable to that condition to limit the hours of operation of the compactor.
And is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. acceptable?
That's acceptable to us.
Thank you.
Regarding locations, as I mentioned in our letter and at testimony at the last hearing, we model at the property line and also at the facades of each house. In the interim, we also look at the yards and whatnot, but usually the property line and the facades, first story and second story are the worst. So that's what we use to report. But we do look at the entire property and expect to be in compliance across the property. I was requested to provide data for the proposed sound fence. I attached that at the end of the letter. That's the laboratory sound transmission class report for that product. Provided by, it was tested at Riverbank Acoustical Laboratories. Regarding wind load, certainly that would have to be.
Could you, Jack, could you explain that a little bit further? What the test results mean? Which particular pages are you referring to?
Sure. So I suppose if you flip to either the last page or the page right before, where it either has the chart or it has a table of the results, you can see there's I'll refer to the table. So that would be page 5. There's a column that says TL, that's transmission loss. That's how much sound got through that product during the test. Or sorry, how much sound was blocked by, my apologies, how much sound is blocked by the product. So it ranges at 100 frequencies of 21 decibels, and then it basically increases as you go along in frequency. The STC 31 number after the curve, the STC is basically a curve fit process. And the number is the value of that curve at 500 hertz, which is kind of the mid frequency level. So you'll see 500 hertz gives you a TL of 31. My STC is 31. But again, this is showing the performance based on spectrum, low frequency performance, mid frequency, high frequency. And typically, as you go higher in frequency, you'll get better transmission loss.
So the dark line is the preferred. I'm trying to understand.
On the last page, the dark line is the performance of the product. The dashed line is just the SDC 31 curve that it's fit to. So it's just a curve fitting process. It has no bearing on the product except as to how to rate it. That's where you get the 31 from. You'll see that's where they intersect, is at a rating of 31.
And that's just measuring it right on the other side of the product.
It's an ASTM standard, a standard E90. It's conducted in a laboratory where they have a loudspeaker in one chamber. They have the product installed in part of the wall. The rest of the wall is much more massive, so that the rating you're getting is from the product you're testing, and then they measure on the other side of that.
And that's all done at
so this is
standard
only-
temperature, pressure, that kind of thing.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said that's all done at a standard temperature, pressure.
Yes, it's all, it's
humidity,
a
all
NAVLab
that's done in
certified
there.
facility. It's an ASTM standard procedure for testing. Regarding wind load, my understanding is that the manufacturer of this product can provide wind load calculations and prescribe the correct footings and structure for this. I'm sure the applicant could also engage their own structural engineer if they felt the need to. And they also advertise this material as being sustainable and maintenance free. So it should, I don't have any issues with degradation on these types of walls. Finally, there was
Excuse
mention.
me, hang on.
Sure.
Mr. Chanel, do you have any additional comments with regard to the ability of the proposed material to withstand heavy winds?
No, obviously it would have to be designed by a structural engineer, which we will certainly do. And we can provide those specifications prior to building permits.
So that would be a condition of the application.
That's acceptable. Finally, there was mention of whether or not this was
Hang
going to
on
be.
one more time. Sorry,
yeah.
Jack. Andrea?
Have you used this material before?
I have, yep.
Okay, so have there been issues? Have you used it with this kind of height?
I believe the tallest one I've done was 30 feet, and this is in the same neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, proceed.
The final point was regarding a refrigerated warehouse. I agree, a refrigerated warehouse would be a louder animal to tame here. You have refrigerated trucks, you have more ventilation on the roof, but the applicant is not proposing a refrigerated warehouse, and that can be a condition of approval that this will not be refrigerated.
So we're adding that as a condition of approval, Jerry? That this is not a refrigerated warehouse?
Yes.
Thank you.
That concludes my direct response. I'm happy to answer any more questions.
Board members have any questions for this? Yes, Mayor.
Yeah. How do you respond to the comment that there's a shadow behind the wall, but as you go closer to the house, you will hear louder noise.
There is a shadow zone. So that's why we do look at the facades of the house and the yards too. So we look within and beyond the shadow zone and report, I guess you'd say this is the worst level. Yeah, if you're right up against the wall, you'll get more attenuation than if you're outside of the shadow zone. I believe I spoke to that at the last hearing.
All right. So the board has heard pros and cons from witnesses on this. Ms. Hajianis, are we able to move on? You've completed what you wanted to do?
I believe we just may have one quick response to Mr. Zabiris'
Go ahead.
comments.
My question is the build no wall scenario. What noise levels did you get at the property boundary?
I don't have that at my fingertips. I believe though, without backup alarms, we were in compliance with the daytime standard. But in order to become compliant with backup alarms in the night, that's what drove the need for the wall.
So it was at least 65
Under 65 without backups, yes,
without backup alarms.
correct. And certainly if, if there was found to be non-compliance for whatever reason, they might have to be restricted to only moving around during the daytime until they figured out how to implement, the backup alarm condition.
Without the backup alarms in the model,
Backup alarms are in the model.
then what did you just said? Are you saying that the noise level that you put into the model for backup alarms is less than what we agreed was the backup alarm noise level?
The backup alarm level in the model is 112 sound power,
Which matches,
your 80.5 at 50 feet.
okay, so you put in backup alarms at that level.
Yes,
Now, when you said the noise level at the barrier without backup alarms,
you were asking what was the no barrier situation. I don't have the numbers with, I recall that in order to meet the code or what was pushing us over the code were backup alarms and nighttime use. So for daytime, we were under the daytime code with trucking operations, HVAC, trash compactors, but no backup alarms. So that's as far as I could take the model before I needed to implement noise control. In order to bring backup alarms into compliance, we needed to build the wall.
so you don't have a noise level at the property with the backup alarms in.
That's what's presented in the report.
I think the way I understand, he's saying that by building the wall, he's in compliance after adding the backup alarm. That's the way I
What
understand
I'm
it.
trying to understand is whether or not the reduction that he needs is going to be achievable with that noise wall.
The way I understood his answer to your question is, if he doesn't build a wall, he's not in compliance at the nighttime standard with the backup alarm. By building the wall, he's in compliance with the nighttime standard with the backup alarm, whatever level you both agree to, 112, whatever that level is. That's the way I understood your answer.
Yeah, the wall is necessary to meet the nighttime standard.
What I'm
including
trying to
backup
figure
alarms.
out is how far over,
I don't have that at my fingertips.
yeah,
I'm not going to report a number that's over. We want to report what it takes and the compliance number.
Dan, are you looking to comment?
I was looking to ask a question after this round of questions is completed that's kind of related, but not directly.
Please do.
So the question was just if the applicant, just so while everybody's here, I think it would be useful if the applicant just kind of went over when these elements will be implemented as the building is occupied, if the board agrees, but just so everybody understands, typically I would expect the berm will be built first because they'll be moving soil, but at what point would the fence be installed relative to the building construction?
Does the applicant have a
So
comment?
Before a tenant takes possession and occupies, the fence will be complete.
The entire sound barrier configuration will be complete.
I mean, is there any reason not to plant the trees first so they have more time to grow before you start construction of the building? Is there any technical reason not to build the wall and plant the trees? And that's for Dan as well. Before you start construction of the building.
It's seasonal, so we have to install based on the time, obviously.
Yeah,
appropriate
but
time.
I mean,
And then the second comment, a facility of this size, it will construct it within 9 months. So 2 months, is that going to have a material impact to tree? I mean, we'll try to do our best to schedule it, but I guess I'm just trying to say is it's somewhat of in my opinion, a moot point because it's such a short time frame to construct this project that we will have the sound wall and landscape installed within 9 months from the start of site work.
right, but if the weather is appropriate, you agree to put the trees first.
I'm sorry. I can't say we can do
Can I-
that.
can I
My
ask-
concern is that we got construction
No, I
equipment.
understand.
Yeah.
How about, I mean, would it be your normal procedure that you would probably be doing the earthwork, excavating the basins first, because that's absolutely required?
Of course.
And therefore you'd be building the berm first because that's going to be part of your earthwork, correct?
Yeah. I'm looking, sorry, I'm looking
Yeah,
to my
so that would,
construction guy.
that would be your normal
So,
procedure. So then the
yeah.
question from there is, since the berm will be built, could it be possible that you will be working, in other words, what I'm trying to get at is you're not going to put the fence off, you're not going to build the building and leave the fence off waiting a tenant.
Yeah, so actually, if anyone here wants to see our project at Exit 8A, where we are under construction, we're halfway through, the fence is the sound wall is being installed at the same time as the construction of the building.
So-
I would say halfway through the project. Of course, we have to do the site work first. Make sure that the site is, the foundation's complete. This will, because of the wind load, we will have to install foundations, concrete foundations to make sure that the wall is not compromised. We don't want that either. We don't want the fence to topple over. So it will be most likely halfway through the project. And again, we lead by example. You're happy to look at our
understand.
project up the street and see that, yes, the sound wall is being installed right now. And anyone's welcome to see that today. 878 Cranberry South River Road in Monroe Township. It's just, if you go up Cranberry South River Road, there's a temple on the right-hand
Yep,
side.
I've seen it.
Our project is immediately thereafter.
So you do agree that all that'll be in place before occupancy?
Absolutely.
And so under a scenario, would you build the building without a tenant? Would you start building it without a tenant?
Absolutely.
Okay, so there could be a scenario where the building's up.
I'm
but
sorry. No, let me rephrase that. No, this will be completed as it's under construction. We are not, once the building's complete, then we fulfill it with a tenant, or we hope to have a tenant there. The wall will be there.
Okay.
Or the fence, the stone wall.
I mean, just, I'm sorry to belabor this. Will you start constructing the building without a tenant, and without a lease?
This is a speculative project.
Yeah, so that's a possibility. But you do agree that before you occupy, you will have the fence up?
Absolutely.
Okay. I just want to make sure
Thank you.
everybody understands what the potentials are.
Can somebody from the applicant remove the display that's on the easel? And I'm asking you to do that because Mr. Surtees, sitting in the far back, is going to time the witnesses that will be coming forward, and I want to be sure that you hear, it's a 3-minute period, and he will announce 30 seconds, meaning the person at the microphone has 30 seconds to conclude. And I expect people to be courteous and adhere to our guideline. So at this point, we will invite members of the public to come to the microphone one at a time, give your name and address, and be sworn in by our attorney.
And to repeat what was said earlier, you can ask questions of any of the witnesses also, as well as making your own comments. Now, if you're represented by an attorney, by Ms. Hattie Janice, you cannot testify independently.
You're represented by an attorney. You just dropped out. She said that Lu Shang Yen dropped out.
That's who he is.
I beg your pardon.
If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? So sworn or affirm. Please
You
state
say
your
it
full.
into the microphone, I do.
I do. Please state your, please state your full name and spell it.
My name is Lu Sheng Yan, Lusheng.
You're tall, take the mic out.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Lusheng. Last name is Yan. I live in 15 East Kincaid Drive.
And I'm sorry, was that ENG or UNG?
ENG.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Address.
I just said, okay, sorry. 15 East Kincaid Drive.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Start.
Okay. Hey, my question to the acoustic engineering, my first question, how many trucks you model in your modeling? Calculate the sound.
I have 10 trucks operating simultaneously on the site,
Okay, 10
spaced
trucks.
out as I feel appropriate. You're not gonna have 2 trucks on top of each other. They're gonna be distributed across the site.
So if I do 20 trucks, what would be the sound level?
I think 10 is a reasonable number to assume that would be
No,
operating at a
but
given
I'm just
time.
asking the question, if it's 20 trucks based on, what would be the level there?
I would have to remodel that because the truck is not the only thing on the site. It would be
No, the reason I'm
adding to
asking,
everything else.
reason I'm asking you, your sound base is 49 already. The standard is 50. I'm asking you that if you're adding 15 trucks simultaneously, what would the sound, will you actually break the law, break the regulation?
I don't have that number in front of me tonight. And the standard is only 50 at night.
You don't have anything, right? Do you?
Can you take the mic in your hand?
My question is here, right? So if you model the 10 trucks, but your sound is 49, the regulations are 50, right? Can you honestly said that, okay, I'm gonna have operational control, the truck limit is simultaneously running on the site, that so that the regulation will not get broken. This one's to the owner. Can you say that? If the sound engineer tell you, you cannot run more than 15 trucks on the site, will you be able to do that, Mr. Drysdale?
You're asking me?
Who is Mr. Drysdale? I'm sorry. It's not me, right? Isn't it?
I'm not placing a limit on the number of trucks. I'm saying that I think 10 is a reasonable number to assume would be operating at a given time in this loading area.
It does not matter.
And this is at night. During the day, we have 15 decibels more of leniency.
Okay, in your last testimony, you're saying that 49 decibel is almost sounds like the same as a 50 decibel, right? Now you are kind of saying, oh, I'm just lowering to 49. There's just, but the residents, the homes hear the same noise. And then now I'm simply asking you, said, hey, can you put a control there? Can you find the limit there so that you do not exceed the maximum number of trucks on the site simultaneously?
Well, the limit is the
Why
noise
cannot
code.
you
So
do that?
when they
I
do their
haven't finished yet. You
post-installation.
stop there. I haven't finished yet, please. Why can't you not do that?
I believe I've answered the question. I think 10 is a reasonable number to assume for nighttime operations in the loading area.
So you, please, you.
Need a microphone, Mr. Drysdale.
I think you should be respectful of this, our sound engineer. He's been in the profession for 20, 30 years. He's seen these operations at night and seen the facilities as they operate at night. He's modeled this many, many times based on real live data. Obviously, we're speculating to a certain point. And I think that his assumption of 10 trucks, there's only so much space in that truck court. And based on his experience of 20 to 30 years, I think it's a very safe assumption. And I understand your opinion.
No, I don't think you answered my question, right? You're kind of dodging my question. My question is that, are you willing to put a limit on the number of trucks on the site so that you don't exceed the 50 decibel point in the night? That's a simple question.
The
right?
township can come and measure the sound every night of the week for 365
No, but
days.
you're not responding to the question.
Yes, I am.
No, the question was, are you willing to limit the number of trucks operating at night at any one time to 10 trucks?
No,
That's
unless
the
there's a
question.
violation. and you have the ability to determine if there is any violation. That is the answer.
Okay, so the answer is no.
Let's see. Okay.
No,
You
the
have,
answer is no to a limit unless there's a violation. And they can check for violations every day of the week.
Mr.
And then if
Drysdale.
there's a violation, we may have to impose a limit. But I don't, we're speculating now. We have an expert that's done, I won't say hundreds, but many, many warehouses. He knows actual conditions. He's observed actual conditions. We are subject to enforcement every day of the week. So if we violate the noise standard, then we'd have to make some adjustment. But at this point, he's an expert. He's making his assumptions based upon his expertise. And I agree with Justin. I don't know how we can limit trucks in advance if there's no violation. He's saying no violation at 10, maybe no violation at 11. I don't know. Test, and if there's a violation, we'll deal with it.
Mr. Pacino, let me just say that, let's assume that 10 trucks simultaneously, it's all right for now. That's Mr. Drysdale, the question for you. You have 58 loading docks on the site. You have 58 loading docks on the site, right? Now you have 57, parking, trailer parking there. What would be the maximum trucks simultaneously on the site if you have 58 loading docks there? Oh, yeah.
Based on his experience, and I will
No,
say,
I'm
look,
sorry.
based in my opinion, and I've been,
Yours,
look,
yours.
I've been in the
Yours,
business for
yours.
20 years as well. And based on his experience in the business, I hand over heart believe that 10 trucks at a night is a very safe assumption.
Why do you need a 58 loading docks?
Why do you need?
Yeah.
But they're not, yeah. Have you, I'm sorry, sir. Have you been to a warehouse? Have you seen?
I almost
No,
saying in the
mean,
backyard there, right?
I'm just
watch
saying,
that all the
based
time,
on my
right?
experience, I've been in it 20 years. We're not, all 58 dock doors are not being utilized as simultaneous. That would just be absolute chaos in the truck yard.
Yeah, I agree with you, but why do you need a 58? Why do you need a 20? Why can't you have 20? 20 will handle more than 10 trucks there, right? Why you need 20? Or why
Mr.
you need
Yan,
58?
your time
I
is
can give you a supply
expired.
chain book later. I'm sorry.
But what I'm trying to
Go
say
on
is
and
that
on.
it's not.
Your time is
yeah.
expired.
Sorry.
I think you had abundant amount of time with the give and take. Next witness. Jerry, I happen to be aware that this speaker is an attorney herself. Should she still be sworn?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Although we know that attorneys can always be relied upon and never
Sorry?
say anything that's untrue, but nevertheless, I'm going to swear her in. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about the truth? Truth?
I do.
So sworn or affirmed. Please state your full name.
Thank you. Terza Warman. Sorry. Terza Warman, Tirza Warman, Wahrman. I live at 5 Stoneleigh Drive, West Windsor. I am an attorney. I'm an elected director of the environmental law section of the New Jersey Bar. When I first learned of this proposal, I did sit on the Environmental Commission at the time, and I raised the issue about truck and traffic congestion and air quality. And I was,
Please direct your comments.
yeah,
to Chair.
I was surprised in reading the environmental impact statement that is an attachment to the documents, and I'm not sure if the person who prepared it is here, that there was no measurement for particulate matter.
Why don't you direct your comments at the board members?
Okay. I was surprised when I looked at the environmental impact statement that is an attachment to the documents from April 6th, that there is no measurement for particulate matter, which is one of the primary drivers of why you have a full room at 10:30 in the evening of residents who are very concerned about air quality.
Ms. Warman, direct your comments to me personally as a chair, and the board will
Yes,
see you.
I will repeat myself then, yes.
Heard what you
We're-
said, but I
okay.
just want to make sure that we're following a routine
Okay.
protocol.
Of course. I was concerned that if you look at the EIS, the environmental impact statement, it is a checklist designed for, building a, I don't know, a Starbucks, or, just some standard thing that is not a huge warehouse with the mobile air quality issues that you would expect, that because it's going to be receiving these large diesel trucks on a 24/7 basis. So there, again, kind of following up on the noise experts' concerns, there's no data on the particulate matter that we can expect to see based on the volume of truck traffic. The other comment I would make, because I know I only have 3 minutes, is I looked at the traffic study, the before and after, and there is a warehouse about to become active just on the other side of the border in East Windsor. And
East
there-
of Route 133,
I'm sorry.
east of Route 133.
Okay, but it's kind of like up the road, not that far. And there are cumulative impacts that one can expect if you have not just this one warehouse, but a second warehouse up the road. And the traffic study did not appear to account for the cumulative impacts of this second warehouse. That is, it looks like it's just about ready to receive truck traffic. So my,
30 seconds.
yes, my larger issue, and we raised it during the campaign, but lots of us are still very worried about this, is that with all due respect to the very smart people that I'm looking at on the planning board,
Thank you.
including our mayor, these warehouses have regional impacts. And this is the wrong body to be making such a momentous decision, because you cannot, you literally don't have the data that of what is emanating from a neighboring town that is going to affect all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness. Sir? Please raise your right hand so you can be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Yes. So swear or affirm. Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Yeah, Gary Green, Grene. And I'm at 20 Remington Circle. 20 Remington.
Hold
sorry.
on to the mic, hold the
You
mic.
can take the mic down, go where you are.
I'm at 20 Remington Circle. At the risk of belaboring the noise point, I'm trying to remember.
Mr. Green, face this way, address your comments
Sure.
to the board, okay?
Okay. At the risk of belaboring the noise issues, I'm trying to remember what all the assumptions were from the last meeting about how the noise was calculated, because I thought there were 3 things that went into it. One was a reduced number of trucks. One was suppressed backup alarms. And I thought I heard something about the wind direction also contributing to the noise level. And I'm trying to understand how all of those factor in and how all of those can be guaranteed.
Okay. Could you reiterate what was testified on April 6th with regard to those topics?
Sure. So from a modeling standpoint, we assume downwind propagation in all directions, which is a good conservative assumption, which means you'll get more noise downwind than if you were upwind. So that's one of the conservative modeling approaches we take. In
I
terms
believe you
of-
said something about a western prevailing winds from the west, right?
No, we're assuming downwind in all directions, which is not, that's never going to happen. But this way, whatever receiver I'm looking at, you're assuming that the receiver is downwind of the source. In terms of controls, the controls we're recommending are pneumatic levelers. We recommend that they don't idle their trucks for prolonged periods of time, which is already taken into consideration by the no idling laws. We're recommending the suppressed backup signals at night. And we're now also reiterating that there will be no refrigeration on site. No refrigerated warehouses or trucks.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last point. There'd be no what on
No
site?
refrigerated
refrigeration.
warehouse or trucks, no refrigerated units.
So how is the need for the backup suppression going to be enforced?
Well, it's enforced by the performance standards. So DEP can enforce, your local health officers can also enforce, and it'll be up to the tenant to actually implement those controls.
So in the middle of the night, when the noise exceeds the level and wakes people up, who's going to be there to measure it and who's going to be there to enforce it?
You can file a complaint, and that's what your taxpayer dollars pay for. There are county health officers that enforce the state code, and your town will either have someone on staff that can enforce it, or they may have an agreement with the county to enforce on their behalf.
So in the middle of the night, when people are awakened by the noise, they're going to get out their noise meters and measure the noise?
You have to file, that's how the procedure goes. That's
Yeah,
written out in the code.
No, I mean, we do get noise complaints time and again. You call the police and somebody from the health department will come and check it. Now, I agree that it's not going to happen when instantaneously, but they will monitor the noise. So it's not, we do get noise complaints all the time in the township. So
I'm sorry, but who is monitoring the noise?
the health department, they have meters to measure the decibel level, and it won't happen exactly at the same time you call, but they will go at periodic, and one of the conditions of approval is that the health department will go and periodically monitor what the noise is on your side of the warehouse.
So they're going to be there constantly monitoring the
No,
noise?
I mean,
So
if-
there's going to be a complaint and then they're going to go in the next few days and they're going to monitor and then they're going to go away?
Sir, if the trucks go on 571 and make a lot of noise and you complain, the same thing will happen, warehouse or no warehouse,
Well,
right?
that's sort of my point is I
Yeah.
don't know how it's going to get enforced.
Yeah, I mean, we enforce the best we can enforce. What I'm trying to say is this is not the only time we do get noise complaints all the time. From parties, from concert in Mercer Park, from dog barking. It's not, getting noise complaint is not something that we are not used to.
Sure, I'm sure it happens all the time. I mean, I'm sure it happens in my neighborhood already, but I'm concerned that this is going to be an ongoing problem with this warehouse. And I'm also concerned about the notion that we're going to build it and then we're going to measure the sound level and then we're going to rectify it.
Unless you build it, it's just your model versus his model and you're testing it, right? I mean, they cannot operate if they don't comply with the law. It's the same thing. If they build it and they are not compliant with the fire code, forget about noise. It will be very quiet. The fire official is not going to let them operate. It's like any business in town.
I'd rather get it figured out before the warehouse is built personally, but
I wish there was a guaranteed way of figuring it out, but there is none. So, I mean, they are very well aware of what's required, what the township code is.
well, just put me on record saying I'm very skeptical about the way that the noise was calculated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Please raise your right hand first and be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
So sworn or affirm. Please say your full name and spell your first and last names.
Sure. First name is Shankar, last name is Bamadapati. Can you hear me?
Wait, hang on. Would you spell your first name slowly?
It's Sankar.
Forgive me that I'm not of the same ancestry. Appreciate your understanding. And your surname?
Last name is Bamadapati, Bhamidipatty.
B-H-A.
Sure. Bhamidipatty. It's so long, I actually have to write it down here.
And hold on to the mic so you
Sure.
maintain.
And your address,
Will do.
Mr. Bamadipati?
It's 14 Endicott Lane. Endicott Lane.
Go.
You're good? Okay, great. So I want to raise 3 or 4 points depending on how much time I have. First thing was about protecting minority property owners. The township's purpose, I think, has a dual mandate. You need to further majority's interest, but also protect minorities. In this particular case, you have a lot of neighbors that are in the minority that are, I think, not being protected by this township. I want to urge us to think about the trade-offs. So a McCaffrey's, as an example, has trucks, has a lot of noise coming out of it during the day. It's actually quite loud. I live right next to it, so I know. The reality, though, is the McCaffrey's is a public good, and it does our township a service. There is a clear value the McCaffrey's offers our neighborhood that a truck stop does not. And so I want to make sure we're clear that this truck stop is not serving anybody's purpose.
You say truck stop, you're meaning warehouse, right?
Sure, if that's what we want to call it.
That's what it's being called.
The second thing I want to talk about is the vision for West Windsor. There are literally dozens of communities across New Jersey that look like us: great schools, proximity to key public transportation, higher than average education levels and incomes, and they're not filling their townships with truck stops. We need to start to think more about the long-term health and vision of this community. We need to start thinking about how to build a community for the next 10 to 20 years, excuse me, and not see quick fixes and tax revenue as the way to build our future. We need to think about West Windsor in terms of high-tech innovation, cutting-edge technology, partnerships with universities and hospitals, building a sustainable, better future for our environment and a safe environment for both our kids and senior citizens. As a seasoned businessman with deep experience building business partnership, I'm happy to volunteer my time over the next 6 to 12 months to find a more suitable commercial real estate partner to serve our community. The third thing I want to talk about is the proximity to our residents. I've literally never seen a large warehouse built so closely to residential property. And I would beg and urge this township to find us some warehouses that are this close to people's homes, excuse me. Literally 100 feet, 200 feet from people's homes. This is laughable. The significant amount of truck traffic that's going to be driven is going to cause us a huge amount of problems, and we owe it to ourselves to do an independent study, not rely upon the people who are selling us a bill of goods. The third thing is the 24/7 activity will absolutely create noise disturbances well into the night, and we absolutely should rely upon a third-party noise study. So if you don't believe this expert, let's find another expert that's independent, that you actually trust and believe in, as opposed to models, and we're just going to do whatever we want because we already have the conclusion in mind. The last thing I would say is there's a massive litigation risk through the property devaluation that's going to be coming from the dozens of homes that will be impacted by this truck stop. And I would argue that we should calculate that litigation risk and how much money people are going to lose by having this warehouse in their backyards. Thank you.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
So sworn or affirm. Please state your full name and spell it.
Okay. My name is Joseph Ippolito. It's Ippolito, and I live at 1 Gates Court in West Windsor. There's been a lot of rhetoric in this room today, and I guess there's one thing that we all have to recognize, that zoning is zoning. And that's what we're fighting here, the fact that we're zoned. But most of the neighbors here are complaining about the noise and how the building is situated. Why aren't the docks on the other side of the building? Why can't we have peace in both areas? Why is it not designed, or why is it designed so my neighbors have to have loading docks in their backyards? Now you talk about experts. Okay, I have 50 years of manufacturing and warehouse experience. That's what I do. I'm a VP of operations. And the reality is you're going to have noise, you're going to have pollution, and you're going to have congestion. Fact, okay? I don't care where you go, what you try to do, that's what you're going to see. And it's going to take a community that's been built on quality of life, and it's going to start making it go downhill. And that's why I brought my family here. And that's what I expect everybody on this board to uphold. Okay? You're not doing your job if you let this go through the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? No, in the back. You come up, please. She's already had plenty of time. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear, over here, over here, do you swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
So sworn or affirmed. Please state your full name and spell it.
June, Joon, and last name Yu, spelled as YU.
The first name was Joon,
Yes, sir.
and the second name,
No. The last name Yu, spelled as YU.
YU,
Yes.
and your address?
386 Princeton Heights Town Road. So from the noise study, we are excluded. There's nothing from our location. So I'm asking why we were omitted from the study.
I'm not sure where your location is, sir. I was asked to model the residences to the west and north, and that's what I
But
provided.
We are like a house is like 17 or 18 feet away from the 571 and 40 some feet away from the property. And from the proposed traffic light, 170 feet away.
Are you on the other side of 571? Mr. Yu?
He's on the southern side of 571.
Yeah, just across the.
386 and 399 is the address of the application.
So it's
Sam, is that the farm?
yes.
That's the farm.
So does the applicant want to comment on the impact of the noise on this piece of land across Princeton Heights Town Road?
I don't have numbers of that land, but once the trucks are on public road, they're exempt from the code.
Well, okay, well, but I'm not talking about the road noise, but what I think there's a exempt from like a road noise, right? But the thing is like there's a exit and entrance on your property. That's not public public road. So like from 170 feet away, there's no barrier, nothing. There will be nothing, so I'll be directly exposed to the noise.
You're talking about the traffic light on 571. You're on the other side of 571, right?
Yes, sir.
You're the
Farm.
vegetable farm.
Yeah.
Right.
We're
Right.
talking
chicken
about
side.
the impact of the noise of vehicles at the new traffic intersection, new
Yeah.
traffic signal intersection.
And even if it's not required by law, like I'm expecting a lot of traffic right in front of our house and like our property, there's no way to get, at least, like guys on the west side, north side get something, but we're not going to get anything, right? Are we getting a wall?
You can't block an entrance to
See?
get on and off the
So
site.
like we'll be directly exposed from 170 feet at least, from there. And like there's a traffic gonna try to make a left turn. And that's in front of our property. And also like the trucks passing, coming from east side and like trying to enter, the second entrance. So there will be big truck right in front of us. It's like we are literally, my parents live right there and they spend a lot of time, farming there. So they will be exposed to traffic, the noise, pollution, which, they didn't even like include in the study. I don't know. Everybody has a right to, for breathe us clean air, right? And then like this guy just like comes in and just 18-wheelers.
Francis, what's the regulation for a traffic light? When they install a traffic light, are they installing it or the county installing it?
It'll probably be an arrangement where they're required to install it and then turn it over to Mercer County.
And what's the requirement for the people living on the other side of the traffic light?
I'm not familiar.
Because he's not going to see the noise because the building is in the middle, but he is the farm right across from he's going to get a traffic light outside
Just directly from the road. and
Yeah.
The traffic. The
he
signal.
gets a traffic light coming out of his farm.
And let me, okay, let me add one thing to the CO2, the air pollution, the thing. Well, okay, never mind about the, pollution, the particle matter. But there is as far as I remember from my elementary school, science class. Yeah, there's CO2 is produced from a photosynthesis, right? And then, so that means when there's no light, there will be no air, oxygen produced from these, the trees. And also cold weather, as far as I know, limits the production of the oxygen. So whatever they say about the this oxygen, canceling the CO2, that's not going to happen. I don't. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Question for the witness. Do you own the nursery?
Yeah.
Right. Mr. Yu?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Yu, do you own the nursery?
No, it's under my parents' name.
You-
My family.
Yes, yes, his family owns the nursery.
And you have a house there?
Yes,
and
sir.
It's used for residential?
Yes,
not
sir.
Commercial purpose?
No. Well, there's a house and also a farm as a commercial area.
All right, well, we'll have more of a response. I just want to make sure I understood where he was located.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me. Gentleman behind you and then you. Oh, you didn't want to speak?
No, he is the client.
Sorry. Raise your right hand first, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
So sworn or affirm, please state your full name and spell it.
First name Hiten, Hiten.
H-I,
Ten, like Hiten.
thank you.
Last name Shah, Shah.
Thank you, Mr. Shah.
And I reside at 6 East Kincaid Drive.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I moved to the town 3 years ago. And, few gentlemen spoke about what attracted them to the town here. And, I'm a big believer. That's why I moved in here, something about the characteristic and the charm of West Windsor. So I think at a minimum, it owes all of us to really think hard on what is the vision for this town. Is building warehouses, the answer, or are there other opportunities? I really think that should be explored. I mean, it is very concerning when you see this from every standpoint. And I'm not going to keep repeating what everybody said, but those are all things which this sets a precedent for something which is, I don't know what, but it definitely, it doesn't look upward. The trend line looks downward if we are going to have warehouses, surrounded. And to be honest, I've never seen in my sort of 30 years of driving everywhere, a huge warehouse, literally 200 feet from somebody's house. I mean, the person can actually see a wall, first thing they wake up in the morning. Having said that, I will leave it to the esteemed board to sort of decide on the future of this town. The thing that also finds, just from a very basic common sense standpoint, all the studies are done based on 10 trucks, and we're giving permission on 58 loading docks. It just baffles me, when we're hitting the limit with 10 trucks, what guarantee do we have? And to be honest, that's not the business we, pay taxes for, that we're going to wake up at night and think about, oh, I need to complain about, some sound coming from somewhere. I mean, really, I don't think anybody signed up for that kind of life when they moved into West Windsor. So that's all my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
So sworn or affirm, please state your full name and spell it.
Atanu Kamaru. It's A-T. Atanu Kamaru, Atanu. Last name is Kamaru, Khamaru.
Thank you, Mr. Kamaru. And your address?
2 Putnam Court. All right. So I read through the stormwater management report and everything, but has there been any analysis done that the berm that was going to be built is not going to negatively impact the other side of the berm that's basically it's adjacent to the neighborhood, right? So if you create a berm, now you're creating a variation in on the natural landscape that the water could have just went somewhere, right? Or it would have dispersed. Rather, you're creating a sort of a barrier that now we have seen how much amount of rain, and our environmental, sir, you testified as well. And we know that the report specifically states that the groundwater levels are high in this area. So we're creating additional natural or artificial barriers for the water not to basically flow where it should have flown, and is creating a sort of a risk for the neighborhoods that it's gonna get easily flooded. Is that the right thing to do? I mean, that's my question. Has there been any study done to, yes?
Let us consult with our
Sure.
engineer.
Sure.
Francis, would you comment, please, about stormwater management?
Well, I think the point specific is to the grading in and around the berm. And Dan, I don't know if you have a grading plan that you've shown as an exhibit that could show how the grading works on the residential side of the berm, where the runoff goes.
Mr. Chanel is the site engineer for the applicant.
So I don't have an exhibit mounted showing the grading plan, but it is included in the site plan package that was submitted in conjunction with this
So
application.
my question was, have you done that study on the other side of the berm?
Yes.
And what does that study show? Does it increase the risk of flooding on the other side of the berm that is adjacent to the neighborhood?
No.
What was the answer?
No.
I could disagree, but okay.
Well, you're concerned, but he's saying based upon the work that's been done for the engineering and the hydraulics, et cetera, he's saying it will not be a threat.
I agree, Mr. Chairman, but we have seen so far, we have heard that the noise reports could be redone because they're not based on, they're based on artificial data, not close to real data. And we have also, so my point being, how do we also not see that this report could be just artificial made up data that is not close to the real numbers? So that's fine. And then the biggest basin, the runoff basin, is also close to the neighborhood, right? So that would sort of also add a risk. So the basin 2, the large basin 2, on the, I forgot what corner it is, but it's the large basin 2. It's on the northwest corner of the property. So Mr. Drysdale said that he wants to be a good corporate citizen, good neighbor, but he has designed all of the specifics of this project sort of community, right? So the truck docks, they're facing the neighborhood. The largest basin, that's facing the neighborhood. So I would really request, a humble request to this board that this project should not be approved based on her testimony as well as the design factors. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just real quick, I wanted to mention on that basin, it is the largest basin that is located in the northwestern corner of the building, corner of the site. But it's important to note, we specifically designed that basin to really protect the neighbors. We don't have a outfall for that stormwater. That basin isn't designed to discharge stormwater over land off the site. That basin is designed entirely as an infiltration basin. So only in very extreme events like 500, 600, 700-year storms would it overtop the basin and go over the emergency spillway. But under standard conditions, all of that groundwater or that water is being infiltrated back into the ground. So it's not going to spill towards. We performed a groundwater mounding analysis, and in that analysis, we look at the groundwater and we look at the effect that our stormwater has going back into the ground. And by the time it's at the property line, that groundwater is at the same elevation that it is today. So we didn't look at that as well.
Thank you. Next, excuse me, hang on. Everybody has to get a chance first. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do, sir.
So I sworn or affirm. Could you please state your full name and spell it?
Full name, Mario, Mario, last name Laurenti, Laurenti. Address 464 Hamilton Avenue, Trenton, New Jersey. Now, I come for this planning board. I know you're probably wondering, what is some guy from Trenton doing here? I'd like to say it's good to see you, Mr. Petrino. You may not remember me. We used to do business.
Mario, get on with your point. You have 3
Yes.
minutes.
I understand, Mr. Chairman. I'm here because I'm up here specifically also to a comment Mr. Hoberman made about the traffic. And also I'm just curious, I'd like to actually ask the applicant here. The assumption is that a lot of the truck traffic is going to be coming from the east via Route 133. In the applicant's experience, how much traffic usually when they have built warehouses usually comes from the New Jersey Turnpike? I'm just kind of curious.
Who are you representing?
Myself, sir. Is that an issue?
And you work for the county, so you're aware that the county planning board approved this project.
I think these questions are irrelevant. The questions are irrelevant. The witness has asked a question, it should be answered.
Yeah, again, so based on our experience, the traffic follows the prevailing traffic conditions, and it's certainly oriented, especially the truck traffic, towards the primary interstate. So again, as I mentioned in my earlier testimony, one of the draws to this site is the proximity to Route 133, 130, which leads you to the New Jersey Turnpike, 195 and 295.
Okay, all right. I mean, I was just kind of curious. Okay. And, okay, I was just curious. That's all. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laurenti.
If you can raise your right hand.
Hello.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
hear me?
Sir? Yeah,
Yeah.
over here. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
So sworn or affirm. Please state your full name and spell it.
Yep. Ying Chao Zhang. Yingchao. First name, last name Zhang.
Wait, okay, hold on. If you could go a little more slowly, I appreciate it.
Yingchao. First name. Last name Zhang.
What is it? H?
Z, Zebra, Henry, Alex, Nancy, George.
I'm still not getting it. H, Z.
Z, Zebra, H, Henry, A, Alex, N, Nancy, G, George. By the way, it's pronounced like Zhang, not Zhang. But
And again, and I apologize. The first
Yeah.
name is Y-I-N.
Yingchao.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people know me as a YZ, so which is easier. But my legal name is Ying Chao Zhang. And I live at 3 Findlay Lane. 3 Findlay Lane. Yeah, can I begin?
Yes, YZ.
All right, so first of all, I do live pretty close to East Kincaid, which is not too far from the upcoming warehouse. I actually came to the meeting with open mind. I want to listen to all sides and listen to especially the applicants. What I concluded so far is that there will be traffic, additional traffic, there will be noise. there will be air pollution. The question is whether it's violate the regulations. So which is the question mark between both sides. So I want to put this aside for a moment. First of all, it is important agenda and everything. I think it's up to lots of debate, a lot of discussion, a lot of third-party independent study, which I totally agree with some of the comments. But I think I can concur with most of the public opinion with respect to the future of the township. I think if you agree with me as a technologist and entrepreneur myself, starting our own technology company, the future of West Windsor should be building a Einstein Alley kind of technology and economy area instead of building warehouses around town. So I think this is something where as a crossroad, where to go from here to the future of West Windsor. So in that regards, I feel strongly that we should really look at mirror and ask ourselves, what's going to be the future of West Windsor? What do you want to see for the future of West Windsor? So in that regards, I came here with open-minded, but after listening to all the opinions, I feel like, again, we really need to look into these impact studies more carefully and find where there could be potential violations and down the road, which would be a problem. But again, as a planning board, I think you should listen to the public. When I visited thousands of homes during my election years back, I think a lot of people share the same common vision for West Windsor to become vibrant economy, focus on technology and advanced technologies and so on and so forth. So I think in that regards, we want to focus on the future of West Windsor to make it a brighter and brighter future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, YZ. Is there not anyone else that wishes to speak besides the attorney that's here? I will tell you, I'm sorry. Okay, but if you want to go again, first we'll hear from the attorney. But I want to make sure you understand that the board will close the public hearing and there will be no more input from the public, even though you'll be hearing us up here deliberating the points that have been made throughout the evening and from April 6th, just so you understand. Go ahead, Ms. You can address us up here.
Okay. But my questions are directed to
You
the.
can address us and they'll hear it through the microphone.
Okay, so first I wanted to start with stormwater management. I heard Mr. Chanel say that a mounding analysis had been performed. And I'm wondering if it was in the stormwater management report.
Mr. Chanel will answer.
It was not, but it is a condition that needs to be submitted to the township, so that will be as any condition of approval. And it's a state requirement as well. The DEP has also requested it, and it will go to the DEP for their continued review.
Okay, so it was done, but it wasn't submitted.
It was recently completed, correct?
Okay, and just for the benefit of the board and for me and the people in the audience, would you explain what groundwater mounding is?
More than happy to. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a mound of groundwater. So water goes into the ground from our basin. Obviously, while the groundwater seeps in, the elevation of the groundwater below that basin will raise. So the intent of the groundwater mounding analysis is to study the basins, how the water gets back into the ground, the soil properties associated with the soil around the site. And we need to confirm that the groundwater does not raise to essentially above the bottom of the basin. We also have to confirm that it does not impact any of the other surrounding basins around our site. And we also have to confirm that it will not exceed the existing levels at the property line.
Okay, and did your analysis confirm all of those things?
Sure did.
And so why wasn't that analysis submitted before this was up for hearing? This application was up for hearing?
It's not a checklist requirement.
Okay, but,
The issue was raised by our staff, to wit, the applicant responded with this material, as I
yeah,
understand it.
I believe it's an ordinance require. Are you familiar with ordinance section 200-101H?
Is it your stormwater management ordinance? in the
Yeah.
town? Yes, I am. We're in full compliance with the local, the state, DRCC, and the SCD for our stormwater management.
Okay, I'm confused about why it wasn't on the checklist, because the ordinance says whenever the stormwater management design includes one or more BMPs that will infiltrate stormwater into subsoil, the design engineer shall assess the hydraulic impact on the groundwater table.
We did that, correct.
Okay, but is there some reason it wasn't on the checklist and it wasn't submitted before tonight's hearing?
That might be a question more for the township.
Francis, do you have any comment on this matter?
Not at this time. No, I don't.
Okay, of the three basins, I believe you testified on April 6th that there are 3 basins that have sand bottoms that are meant to infiltrate water back into the ground. Would you just walk us through roughly the location of those?
Sure,
3
one is at the
basins?
northwestern corner. One is at the southeastern corner, directly to the north of our proposed easement. So this is exhibit 8-2. Northwestern corner, southeastern corner, directly to the north of the proposed easement to East Windsor. And then one smaller one along the eastern property line, centralized portion of the site.
Okay, the one I believe in the northwest corner, is that basin number 2?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so, is there any emergency spillway in the basin number 2?
Yes, ma'am, that's required by code.
Okay, would you explain how that's supposed to work, the emergency spillway?
So for emergency situations, as you mentioned, so anything that essentially results in the basin not functioning properly, it provides a location for the water to safely discharge without flooding the site or surrounding properties.
Okay, where would it discharge?
Be discharged to the north corner of the site, northwestern corner of the site, exactly where stormwater goes today.
Is it possible that overflow could affect the properties that are immediately, I guess, to the north of the site?
It's not my opinion that they would not, because of the direction of the topology that goes past the property line does not direct the stormwater towards the houses. As you get back towards, I forget the name of the roadway behind us, I believe it might be Kincaid. The grade starts to come back up, so that water would stay in the lower portions of the site. But again, that's emergency situations. That's if the basin is not functioning properly, there is a requirement that we record a operations and maintenance manual with the property. It goes on the deed. It requires the property owner to maintain their basins. So that would be under very rare situations that this basin would be failing when the maintenance is not upkept. And again, as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, this basin is over-designed. We're reducing 3 times the amount that is required by the state for the storm, for under your storm.
So I guess this is probably the first time I've ever looked at a stormwater report, stormwater management report. So I'm just curious, I believe there are sheets that talk about the flow that go toward that basin, like how much of the site flows into the basin in the stormwater management report.
Which basin?
Basin number 2.
Is that a question?
Yeah,
Yes.
I guess there are drainage areas identified in the stormwater management report. And I'm just trying to get an understanding of how much of the site drains into stormwater, into basin number 2.
I don't have the number in front of me, but you're more than welcome to take a look at our stormwater report. It's all in there that was submitted with this application. There's some drainage area maps as well as inlet area maps that provide the square footage of the area of the site that goes to each one of those basins.
Okay, so we did take a look, and I believe it's on page 972 of the stormwater management report. It says 7.35 acres of the site drain into basin number 2.
Ultimately, yes, I believe that's probably accurate if it's in our report.
Okay, and how much currently discharges into that area of the site?
So the site, there's essentially 4 drainage areas that's associated with the site. If you refer back to our drainage area report and you look at the existing drainage area maps and you look at the hydrographs that are associated with each one of those drainage areas, you'll be able to see how much water is going to each portion of that site.
Right, so I don't want
To cut to the chase for you, we have to essentially make sure we're not discharging more water to each associated drainage area of the site. There's 4 drainage areas associated with the site.
Mhm.
Under proposed conditions, we meet the reduction requirement for each of those 4 drainage areas.
Okay, and the amount of water flowing into that drainage area, it's measured as cubic feet per second, is that correct?
That's the rate.
That's
not
okay,
quantity.
that's the rate at which water flows onto the site. So I believe in you. I want to get this into the record, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Your report says that under existing conditions, 7.14 cubic feet per second of water flow into stormwater basin number 2, and that's on page 135 of your report.
Under existing conditions, no stormwater goes to a basin because there's no basin existing.
Oh, well, then would that, okay. Then maybe I have to ask him to take a look at page 135.
You might be referring to a point of analysis. That's not a
Okay.
basin. That's where water flows under existing conditions. There is no basin under existing conditions. We have 4 point of analysis, which is what I mentioned, that there's 4 associated drainage areas with the site. There's 4 directions that the stormwater flows to under existing conditions. Under proposed conditions, we have to
Yeah.
make sure that we are meeting the reduction requirements for each one of those points of analysis. There's 4 points of analysis existing, 4 points of analysis proposed. We meet our reduction requirements for each of those points of analysis.
Okay, in an emergency, like what would be considered an emergency situation?
If the basins were failing and not upkept, but that is a requirement, as I mentioned, with our O&M to maintain these basins on a quarterly basis and make sure they're functioning.
And is it possible there would be a storm event that would create an emergency even if the basins were perfectly maintained?
I mean, is it possible? Who knows? Anything's possible.
Okay.
We're required to design the storms for the 210 100-year storm. We comply with each of them, and our basins are over-designed to accommodate storms that are much larger than
I
even. the
think
100-year
it's
storm.
called act of God.
Okay. I believe, Mr. Chanel, did you testify? And I think a number of experts have said this, that you're developing the warehouse on a speculative basis.
That is correct.
And,
Which means that they do not currently have a tenant.
okay, and so do you know what type of warehouse it will be?
Speculative.
Okay, so there are, I'm sure you're aware there are different types of warehouses. Last time people had tried to ask if it was a fulfillment center, is it? Okay.
It's up to the tenant. It's completely speculative.
Okay, so I think I'd like to move on to the traffic expert if I may, or if, I don't know if the board has follow-up questions.
Excuse me?
I have a new set of questions for the traffic expert, Mr. Chase.
When you started speaking much earlier, Ms. Hajianis, you summarized what the concerns were of the parties that you're representing. You went into detail about noise. We've had a considerable amount of time here. How much more do we need to go through?
I've I believe due process gives me the right to question every single expert if I feel it's necessary.
That's correct.
Proceed.
Okay, so for Mr. Chase, good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, in table 5 of your traffic impact study, you have some numbers for trucks going in and out of the site during AM and PM hours. Would you walk us through those numbers?
Sure. So again, we're referring to table 5 on page 7. As you correctly noted, there's 3 sets of columns classifying the type of vehicles, the weekday morning, which is the AM peak street hour, and then the other column is the weekday evening, PM peak street hour. We have the ingress, egress, and then the total volume. So in the morning, there's 6 trucks entering, 2 trucks exiting for a total of 8. In the weekday evening peak hour, 3 trucks entering, 7 trucks exiting for a total of 10.
Okay, and where did those numbers come from?
It's based on data published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers.
Okay, and which volume was it?
This was based on the 10th edition. And if you look above that, you can see there 13% of the weekday morning peak hour traffic is associated with trucks, and 15% of the weekday evening peak hour traffic is associated to be trucks.
Okay, do you know whether there are different types of warehouses in the IT trip generation handbook?
There are 5.
Okay, what 5?
So there's general warehousing, which is 150, which is what we're proposing. There's high cube transload, there's cold storage, there's fulfillment, and then there's parcel hub. So fulfillment is your Amazon type facilities. Parcel hub is UPS, FedEx, DHL, cold storage, self-explanatory. And then high cube transload, it's a lower order warehouse, more mechanized. Dave, feel free to pass through.
So are the trip generation numbers for the other types of warehouses, are they different than the ones you've used?
Yeah, they each have their own respective trip generation rates.
Okay, are they higher than the ones that you used in your report?
Transload is actually lower. So the high cube transload generates a lower trip generation than what we're proposing, but fulfillment center, cold storage is comparable to what we're proposing. But again, fulfillment, parcel hub, very specific operations generate higher traffic. Also have significantly higher parking requirements than what we're proposing.
Okay, like how high?
How much higher?
Yeah.
Depends on the size of the facility, but we've worked on Amazon, DHL, FedEx, UPS. They would require on the order of 10 times as much parking as we're providing to accommodate that employee demand.
I'm not talking about parking, I'm talking about trip generation.
I recognize that. So you can't generate trips without having a place to park those vehicles. So this facility could not become a fulfillment center or a parcel hub without the required parking to accommodate those employees.
Okay, but all of the testimony has been that they're not quite sure what type of warehouse it will be.
That's correct. It's speculative. 95% of the warehouse applications that we work on are speculative.
Okay, but there's a range of possible trip generation numbers that weren't contained in your report.
There is, but as with any other speculative application, we prepare a traffic impact analysis based on the intended user. If they were to come in with a different user, that would require a different traffic study.
After the project's approved?
As I just mentioned, ma'am, the parking that's been designed is in accordance with the land use code 150, which is your speculative type warehousing. That's a level of parking that we're providing. We don't provide enough parking on site. You're insinuating that a tenant could come in here and operate the facility and generate substantially more traffic than what we've indicated in our traffic study. And what I'm explaining to you is that those different types of warehouse land uses have a substantially higher parking requirement to accommodate that employee demand, which is the source of the traffic generation. We don't provide enough parking on site. And if we were to provide more parking on site, we would have to come back to the board and say, we want to provide additional parking on site. So it would be subject to a further board review.
So you're saying even if the application is approved for many different types of warehouses, that the parking requirement will force your future tenant to come back to the board to increase the parking?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. The traffic report is part of the record for this application, so it has certain assumptions associated with it. It's part of the approval. It'd be referenced in any resolution of approval should the board choose to approve this application. So if a different user came in that was not consistent with what's contained in the traffic study, they would be required to come back before the board and present a new traffic study for a parcel hub or for a fulfillment center, something of that nature.
So you're saying that your traffic study that's going to justify the board granting this approval will also limit the type of warehouse that can be used?
That's correct.
Finally, a conclusion.
Okay. So, but wouldn't you agree that your trip generation numbers were on the low end of what's in the
No.
IT manual?
My trip generation numbers are representative of the application that's proposed before the board this evening.
Okay, then the numbers you chose, the 6 in and the 2 out, and I guess the 3 out and the 7 in, was it?
7 out, 3 in.
7 out, 3 in. Wasn't in the manual, isn't that based upon 100,000 square feet?
The rate is based on 1,000 square feet. So it's a multiplier. So every 1,000 square feet, they apply a rate to it.
I thought that those specific numbers were for a
No.
100,000 square foot warehouse.
Nope.
Okay, so are you saying you adjusted your numbers for the square footage of this warehouse?
Yes, the numbers in the report are based on the square footage that's proposed as part of this application.
Okay, would it have been helpful to do a study that shows a range of numbers based upon different types of warehouses?
No,
And why not?
because we're not proposing any of those other types of warehouses, so it's not relevant data.
I thought everybody's testimony was that they don't know what type of warehouse this will be.
It's a speculative general warehouse. I just explained the various other land use categories. Those are very defined types of warehouse users, very specific. Fulfillment center, parcel hub, very specific users.
And you're saying that those won't be the users of this warehouse?
Correct.
And how do you, and you're certain of that?
I am.
I think his answer is based upon the number of spaces that are being requested of us.
Also, refrigeration type warehouses is eliminated.
That I caught.
So then instead of 5, it's at least 4. 2 others were eliminated, so now we're down to 2. General and what's the other one?
High cube, and high cube is a lower traffic generator than general.
There you go.
Okay, and your parking numbers include the bank parking spaces?
They do.
Thank you.
I think that's all I have for the traffic expert. I did have some questions for the planning expert. So Mr. McDonough.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you this evening?
I'm good.
So.
That's a miracle at this hour.
I'm used to it.
I think Mr. McDonough's always good, actually. So, you testified about the fence. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about the height. Do you have some idea what the approximate width would be, or I guess the length?
Offhand, I don't.
Okay. And I believe the township's landscape architect had asked for renderings in his memo with his comments. Were renderings provided?
I am not aware of any open items as far as requests of the board professionals.
Okay, we can ask the township's landscape architect. I believe it's item number 5 or 6 in your memo. You had asked for renderings showing how the fence would look.
Correct. I suggest that they provide testimony on how the buffer would occur, which I believe they provided testimony. I'm not
I can't remember at this hour what the exhibits were from the last meeting, but we did ask that, I did ask that they provide, I believe there are section drawings in the documents that were submitted. Right.
And those,
Which show that, by the way, the closest distance between the house and warehouse building is 300 feet.
were those section drawings?
Yes, Exhibit A-3A 4622.
Okay.
That was at the last meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so are you familiar with the definition of a fence from West Windsor's ordinance?
I have the code. I could read it.
Okay.
Off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so I believe, I'm paraphrasing, but I believe that the definition of fence in the ordinance is that any fence taller than 7 feet is also considered a structure for the purpose of the ordinance.
I'll accept that.
Okay, so if a fence is also considered a structure, does that alter your variance analysis at all?
No, a fence is always considered a structure.
But wouldn't it be an accessory structure?
No, well, it is not an accessory use, but it is part and parcel of the overall site plan.
Okay, so different setbacks don't apply to structures then?
No, it is not a building. It is not an accessory building per se.
Okay, so I believe you testified about the warehouse land use as being of paramount public interest, and you mentioned it's considered critical infrastructure. So who will this particular warehouse be benefiting?
This warehouse will benefit the public at large, which includes everybody in this room.
Okay. But you don't know what goods or products would be warehoused there.
A warehouse is a house of wares. It will store goods. Apparel could go in there, basic everyday needs, things that come to people's houses every day come from a warehouse.
Okay, and you testified that the site plan exception for parking spaces passes the test of reasonableness. Why is that?
Well, we've moved out of section 70 of the land use law. We're in section 51. So we don't have to apply balancing hardship or any of those standards. It's a much simpler, more relaxed standard of reasonableness. You have a sworn expert witness under oath and an operator as well, an experienced operator, saying that the parking supply here is reasonable in the context of the operation and the functionality of the site.
Does that mean that the limit in the local ordinance should be considered unreasonable?
No, again, they're asking for above and beyond what the ordinance allows without creating any sort of overage from an impervious coverage standpoint or any of the other indicators of over-intensity of use.
Okay, and similarly with the site plan exception for the loading bays where the requirement's 10 and the applicant's asking for 58, does that's also reasonable in your opinion?
It is reasonable, again, because the essence of the land use is to deliver. This is going to produce operational efficiencies with the number of loading berths here, with the number of trailer spaces, with the number of parking spaces. All are necessary to effectuate the benefits of this beneficial use. Counterbalancing that, again, in a standard of reasonableness, we're looking at if it exceeds the carrying capacity of the land from a traffic standpoint, from a flow standpoint, from all of the indicators of over-intensity of use. None of those are violated here.
Okay, and if we don't know what type of warehouse it will be, how can we say 58 bays are reasonable?
Again, it's based on the testimony of an experienced operator It's based on the testimony of experts who we all deal with this land use on a regular basis now. The numbers being sought here are not atypical of what we commonly see for this land use.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you. I just had, I believe, one more question for the township consultants. I believe it's for the landscape architect.
Yes.
Hi, my question is was the preliminary environmental impact statement ever presented to the Environmental Commission for review?
That was not directly presented to the Environmental Commission, no. From the way the Environmental Commission works in West Windsor Township, it relies upon the member of the commission who is a member of the planning board to report to the commission on issues at hand. And also as the liaison to the Environmental Commission, I also do that. So I did provide a presentation, a summary of what this application was to the Environmental Commission at the last meeting, which occurred after the first hearing on this application, and explained to them what was going on as far as what the type of development was and what the impacts were on the environment, most notably the fact that there are 3 wetland areas on the property and the fact that they would need to fill some of them, and that they did provide some analysis in the reports indicating what the impacts would be and how they would be mitigating them.
Mhm. Does the Environmental Commission make a recommendation to the planning board?
That does not occur in West Windsor Township typically, no.
Does the ordinance require that?
I do not believe it does, no.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Yan?
Last time, sorry, can you hear me now?
Hold the mic, make sure.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, last time when I, was getting into debate what, what should be the number of trucks to limit on the site, but we did not get an answer on this, right? But if you look at this, acoustical reports, right, at night, that with all the operational control, you are 49 decibel, and the regulation is 50. You model the 10 trucks, right? Even though the consultant, the engineer claims that, hey, I don't know what's the next number will be, but if you add in one more truck, you potentially actually run over the regulation. So I really strongly recommend, if you are going to approve this plan, and that is a part of the operational control here. You cannot go more than 10 trucks during the night simultaneously, right? Otherwise, you will be run full of regulations. Does that make sense to everyone? Right? That's my argument is going to be, right? And the second one, I want to try to second Cynthia was saying that I disagree with the township engineer, and the code specifically said not represented by township engineer, but the applicants need to present the plan to the Environmental Commission, which did not happen. Then you should not approve this. Thank you. Thank you.
So let's clarify, is a report required by our ordinance from the applicant to the Environmental Commission?
I've never seen an applicant appear before the Environmental Commission and make a presentation to the Environmental Commission on a planning board application, and I'm not aware of the Environmental Commission being required to review it specifically.
Yeah, you can refer the code. I just read the code before I came here.
I can't answer a question. I don't know what code he's talking about.
I'm sorry, Dan?
I don't know which specific piece that he's talking about, but
Do you have a specific code reference that you can provide? David, you have access, right? Yeah, we're looking at the, we're looking at the code.
Yeah, I have 23% power left, so.
Better plug in.
The chapter is 200-23, right? I'm trying to find the letter that represent that.
200-23.
Yeah.
So this is not in this is not in section 4-61, which is the environmental commission. That's correct. This is section
Okay.
200-23, environmental considerations, which is under Article 5, general provisions, general performance standards.
And this is a letter is letter D.
If you have the specific language in there, give it to Jerry, let him read it. If you have a specific language line outlined.
Well,
He's got it
if
up
you
on-
if
He
you
has it on the
if-
screen.
yeah, if you can put up my with my accent, I could read it for you, right? If the requirement details detailed EIS, the preliminary EIS shall be reviewed by West Windsor Environmental Commission for completeness, and the potential environmental impact of the proposed project shall be assessed according to the standard set forth by subdivision A herein. The Environmental Commission shall recommend actions on the project to the planning board as to whether the project meets the standard of subsection A herein. If the Environmental Commission determines that the set standard are not met by the preliminary EIS as submitted, the developer shall have the option to submit more detailed information or clarify information with respect to those areas of the preliminary EIS which the Environmental Commission feels are deficient and warrant a detailed EIS. This is the code. by the way.
I'm sorry, Andrea?
Okay, so it says that if the environmental commission determines something, then there's an issue, but that didn't happen, so.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard testimony from our
Yeah.
landscape architect that he
Yeah, the
reviewed
landscape architect
this with
presented
the
it to
environmental
the
commission.
environmental commission. There was no objection. So, and there is a representative from the environmental commission on the planning board itself. So that's how it's always been done.
Well, in fairness, though, the review with the environmental commission was done after the April 6th hearing. And because of religious observances, the representative to the environmental commission, who's a member of the planning board, is not participating here tonight. But we have heard nothing from the chair of the environmental commission in terms of a memorandum. Sam, have we received anything from Dr.
Can you take the?
Dr. Bukes?
Yeah, but that kind of be just because the, environmental commission chair is delinquent, right? He didn't do his job, right? I mean, just that doesn't mean that.
Well,
the
no,
process
it doesn't
is
mean
complete,
that.
right?
It means if there were a concern by the majority of the environmental commission, then they would have the chairman of the commission take action on their behalf.
So basically silence means no concern. Is that what
I'm
it is?
sorry?
Basically, if he did not respond, did not tell you guys, then it
He
basically.
did
means
not
that he
initiate a
agreed with
concern
everyone.
to
He
the
did not agree.
planning board. That's correct.
Okay. I'm just trying to get the wording there. But this one.
I
is,
think your
the
3
con-
minutes are up, Mr. Yan.
No, I realized it run off a long time ago, right? Just, but this is just
So
trying
then
to
be
get, trying to be.
respectful of all the people in the room, please.
Anybody want to continue?
If nothing else, Mr. Yan.
You'll follow up on mine?
Until December 31 of this past year. If
This
I
is
could
Ms.
just-
Warman.
Yes, Teresa Warman, 5 Stoneleigh Drive. If I could just ask, Dan, you said you briefed the Environmental Commission at the April meeting?
Were you at that meeting, Ms.
No, I
Warman?
was not at the meeting. I have attended many meetings in the past.
Right, but
I'm
so
trying
we
to
have to
get it-
rely upon Mr.
Correct. That's why I'm asking Dan for the records.
That's correct. I did discuss this application with the because the member of the commission who's on the board was not in attendance. So I presented what was going on at the planning board to the commission.
Was there a vote taken on the?
No,
sufficiency?
it's not an application. The section of the code that's being cited clearly indicates that the planning board ultimately is the one who makes the decision about the environmental impacts on the site. The environmental commission does not have the power to approve land use applications.
But if I'm understanding the code that was cited, was the environmental commission supposed to be conferred with on the sufficiency of the EIS? Is
The
that
way
a
I see it, it
requirement?
says that it says that they have the ability to review the preliminary EIS to determine the adequacy of it.
Okay.
That's never happened in this township in all the years I've worked here.
Okay.
I can tell you that is something that does happen at the staff level, that we review the EIS. As a liaison to the Environmental Commission, I review it. And during the process, we provided feedback to the applicant on issues relative to the EIS.
No, I understand that. I think just as a point of clarification, and maybe this is what the attorney was getting at for the residents.
Speak to the microphone, please.
I think this.
Just
might-
look up this way so we can hear you.
Yes, Jean. I think this is what the attorney may have been getting at in her question regarding conferring with the Environmental Commission. Other township ECs do have, play that role where they are briefed about a project like this, and that appeared to not happen here.
It happened on April 8th, according to Mr. Dobromilsky.
It did happen?
Yeah, that's what I said. I did provide that information. What the specific question was the preliminary EIS reviewed with them? That did not occur.
That did not occur.
But the preliminary EIS was reviewed by the township staff.
Yes, no, I understand that.
And me being the liaison to the Environmental Commission specifically provided feedback to the applicant based upon what was in the EIS.
Okay, so you're arguing then that
I'm
you're.
not arguing anything.
Okay.
I'm just telling you
You're
what
suggest-
happened.
You're suggesting that because you are staff liaison, that your feedback might be sufficient.
I'm telling you, that's the process that occurs in West Windsor
Okay,
Township.
fair enough. All right.
Can
I have nothing further.
Dan, can I ask you a question? Does any, or David, does it say that it's required to be approved by the Environmental Commission for applicant approval? Does it require, their approval?
You heard what the language that was described by the resident there is accurate. It says the requirements are that the preliminary EIS shall be reviewed by the environmental.
Does it say that the Environmental Commission has to approve the study? You gave them the summary.
It says that the commission has the right to provide recommendations, but does
Okay.
not say, doesn't say anything about the environmental commission approving it.
Right.
Elsewhere in that section of the code, it
Mhm.
does indicate that the planning board is responsible for reviewing the environmental impact.
The point I'm trying to get is that you gave them a summary of what's going on regarding this application and its impact. But nowhere in the code does it say that in condition of approval by the planning board, it requires approval by the Environmental Commission on the study.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Chair will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry, I have one final comment. My client has just informed me that they would like the opportunity to review the mounding analysis and possibly bring in a stormwater management expert on another hearing date.
To the best of our ability, we don't plan to continue this hearing unless the attorney advises otherwise.
Well, it wasn't available for review, and it is an ordinance requirement, actually, though it wasn't on the checklist.
I don't think a further hearing is required. If certainly the chair and the board thinks it's preferable, they can do that, but I don't think they're required to do it.
So we're going to move on. No, sir. We have a motion to close the public hearing. That was the mayor. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. And just to be sure, there is no question about the vote. Cindy, I would ask you to do a roll call for the, let me just repeat, there's a motion on the floor to close the public hearing. Is there any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Yeah. What is this rule about to close the public hearing?
Close public hearing.
Ms. Barry? Yes. Mr. Chappelle?
Yes.
Mr. Hoberman?
Yes.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mandel?
Yes.
Mayor Morante?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Clark?
Yes.
Chairman O'Brien?
Yes. All right, we have an open issue, colleagues, and that has to do with the noise and its relationship to the fence that has been proposed by the applicant. And there's been discussion about standards that are referred to as STC 31 and STC 39. We heard Mr. Jepson in his testimony indicate that he believes it would be useful to apply STC 39. So what are comments by board on this issue?
I think it's obvious that I was pretty much for it. I would like to hear from, say, Francis, if he has any technical opinions. I want to make sure that what we do will be an improvement.
Mr. Chairman, when do I get to sum up?
You don't.
I don't.
Jerry, didn't he indicate that his direct testimony was complete and that the rebuttal testimony?
Yes, and the board properly is in board deliberation.
Testimony and summing up are totally different.
You're out of order, Mr. Petrino. We're in board deliberation.
We had a suggestion for the issue, but
Francis, did you want to comment on the issue of whether STC 39 would be significantly or meaningfully?
One versus the other. Well, obviously, I'm always in favor of being more conservative. So given there's certain assumptions, there's certain, I don't want to say lacks of control, but certain provisions that will ultimately only be discovered in the event of a noise level violation, whether things are in compliance with the assumptions made or not. So I would err on the side of caution and go with the more conservative product, which would be the 39 versus the 31.
So there's not any issue that it could make things worse. It's definitely would be at least as good.
Yes, I believe so, that I think the addition of the foam also should provide some sort of structural protection, especially in the event of like windblown debris impacts with the integrity of it.
Dan, do you have any comment?
I was going to basically say the same thing. If the outer coating fails, at least there's still something inside.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
If the outer coating of the fence, since it's hollow, fails in some way for some reason, by having the solid bit inside, I think it still remains the integrity of the sound attenuation at that level.
And what is our requirement by ordinance for this standard?
For the noise, it is everything you heard a testimony on. There's no, you mean standard for the fencing? It would go to the building code at that point. It would not be, there's no ordinance on.
So the issue is to minimize the noise impact on
Right, that's the
whole
that's,
area.
That's the whole issue, right? Right. And when it's referred to as a structure, I think that's really talking about building code as well. At some point, that triggers the need for the building code to review the footings, et cetera. That's where that height and structure part comes in. And so ultimately, that's what we're looking at. Sorry, I was trying to, so if you didn't hear that, so the discussion about the 7-foot height and it being in a structure, I think that's referring to the need that it has to be reviewed for building code at that level because of the structural aspects of the fence. And like we said, that I think the idea would be to, by having the not just be hollow, it would improve the effectiveness of the fence if there were some type of
So
failure.
the issue is, this is STC 31, and if there's fill put in here, it's STC 39.
Right, but we're saying belts and suspenders, if something happens to the outside, you still have the interior portion that's holding it together.
Mr. Petrino, you wanted to be heard on this issue?
Yeah, there are two different materials or sections. What my suggestion is that, and we'll pay for the independent analysis. My suggestion is that town picks whoever they want to do a sound analysis, because the difference, as our expert testified, is very minimal. There's not additional sound attenuation, significant additional sound attenuation. And have that professional look at the two different appliances, two different structures. And if there's a substantial benefit, then maybe the board has the ability to require it. But we're meeting the standard set by DEP. We're meeting the standard set by this township in your ordinance. And to say, well, gee, maybe this would be better. I don't know that it would be better, but we'll pay for the study. And if there's a significant improvement, then I guess we have to live with that. But if there's a marginal, minimal improvement, this is not an inconsequential change in the cost of this fence. So we got to look at a benefit and the benefit of it. And if there's very little benefit, why are we being required to do it?
What's significant? 2 decimal, 1 decimal? What's significant?
I don't
What-
know, that the sound consultant will tell us.
Yeah, but I mean, significant to you may be different definition than significant for.
I'm not relying on my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm saying you hire a consultant and have them look at both. And if there's, in his opinion, if it's a significant improvement, then we'll have to deal with it. But I don't think he will, because our consultant has used both materials. He gave me a brochure where he has the differences between 39 and 31. It's actually a material that looks a little different on the inside. And so he's familiar with these two potential uses.
So let me,
So you are okay with making that as a condition and then we hire somebody and then Francis makes a decision?
Yeah.
so I will summarize what
Absolutely.
I think I heard.
Yeah.
A condition of approval would be that the township retains a expert acoustical engineer to assess what the use of STC 39 would mean versus STC 31 to impact noise control, noise reduction. And if that expert provides to our staff a report that says it would make a meaningful difference, then the applicant will pay for the use of STC 39, for the implementation of STC 39.
And our staff would make the decision as to what meaningful means.
Yes. That would be a collaboration of Mr. Guzik, Mr. Dobromilski, and Mr. Jepson.
If that's acceptable to the board, it's acceptable to us.
Any comment from the staff?
Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned that the study, the noise study itself, did not incorporate the noise from the trucks backing up. So if that is the case, if we use that as the basis to understand whether, there's a violation or not, then that doesn't make sense.
You're
I
talking
don't
about
think
the
that's accurate. They did-
alarm,
They
backup
did
alarm?
do. They did include backup.
We
What-
did testify to that.
I think what there was part of
It
the
was-
analysis, there's two different types of analysis. Part of the analysis was related to the HVAC equipment because that is a constant noise. And with that part, it did not include the backup because that's a different type of noise. So that analysis was for that part, for that spectrum of the noise, and the other analysis was the other. Combined, they did include everything. But when you break it out into pieces, it did not include the backing up because that's not that type of noise.
Right, so the cumulative noise was taken into account in the noise study. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I heard in the testimony, correct?
The other related concern I had was, why were 10 trucks? And that's something the question was raised, why were 10 trucks used in the study when 58 loading spaces have been asked?
So,
I mean, I can answer. You have 100 parking, 100 cars parking lot. Not all 100 cars come and go at the same time. I mean, 10 is a reasonable number. I mean, I know warehouses.
Right, but if we think that only 10 trucks will be there at any time in the warehouse, then.
No, no,
we
10
need
10
loading spaces.
No, 10 trucks backing up at one time, not 10 trucks in the warehouse. 10 trucks operating at that one time.
They have something called drop and pick. That's a standard thing for warehouses. What happens is the truck driver is contracted to bring a load or container from the port to a warehouse. He unloads the container part and then drives away. He leaves it there for 2 days while it gets unloaded at the time of the workers at the warehouse. He's then contracted, he has to come back, 2 days later, pick up the empty, right? So testimony is that 10 trucks backing up at the same time, probably unlikely. There could be 50 bays filled and 7 or 8 empty, but all those containers are being unloaded, they're stationary, there's no backing up, there's no beeping, they're just being unloaded. And again, trucks come and go and they pick up those empty containers and they get penalized if those empties stay out there for too long. They get penalized because they have to return those empties because they got to go back to China and refill them up with goods.
Excuse me, the public is finished
I
with
have personal
discussion.
experience in this. I import.
So we're basically saying there's 10 trucks that might be moving all at one time, but the other trucks or trailers and stuff are going to be elsewhere doing other things at these.
Yeah, I mean, 10
bays.
trucks is reasonable. I mean, 10 trucks is too many. I don't think 10 trucks.
That's a
is
lot of
more.
movement going on and, but it's not a lot of space.
Yeah.
The only.
And again, see, the bottom line is there's a requirement that we will do a study after the thing is complete. And if it's not, if the noise is above the level, they have to fix it before they can operate.
And that was discussed earlier.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I make a little statement?
Statement?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So I mean, people are asking why warehouse, we don't want warehouse, we want shoe store, we want this, that, and so on. So just a little history, and I being the mayor, I'm the bad guy making that decision. So when I became the mayor, the plan for the site was, and Jerry, if you want to include it as an exhibit, this is your copy. The plan for this site was to build over 500 apartments. And that was the plan that the previous mayor agreed to under the affordable housing plan. Now we managed to eliminate those apartments temporarily. This was the plan that was designed by the developer to build there, and the township had almost agreed to go ahead with doing that. So as a part of a settlement of our affordable housing lawsuit, we settled as an alternate use for this site. As part of the site, the only right-hand side you see is where the warehouse is going, only the right-hand portion of the site. That was what was agreed to. Ordinance was specifically designed to fit that warehouse, and that's one of the conditions that I always require applicants to do, is to bring an application with minimum variances. So that's why the application has only the variances, I believe, for the fence. We are 20 feet or 25 feet from the East Windsor boundary. The East Windsor side is zoned for warehouse. They can build the warehouse tomorrow, nothing we can do. And people keep asking, East Windsor has built 2 warehouses around 571. The Aurobindo warehouse is 567,000 square feet. That's twice the size of warehouse that we are proposing. The 2 warehouses coming down on Route 1. One is 406,699, 669. Another one is 167,609. So the 2 combined are 574,278 square feet. So the 2 warehouses in East Windsor are 4 times the size of this one warehouse in West Windsor. And this is I just went there last weekend and took some pictures. They look exactly as what this warehouse will look like. You can pass one with Cherry. So, I mean, every one of us wants to buy from Amazon, but we want that goods to come from some other town, not from our town. I understand that. But going forward, I didn't want to keep that. This was a result of a court settlement, and the court has blessed that settlement. That's how the warehouse came about. Now, we tried very hard to make sure that the impact on neighbors is as minimum as we can keep. Nobody's happy to have a warehouse in the backyard. I understand that. But that's why there's a 300-foot setback. That's the one thing that I insisted on. And that's why the warehouse is situated the way it's situated, so that we can honor that 300-foot setback. And then having the wetlands in the back northwest part of the property made it a little more challenging to fit the warehouse. And that's why it's situated the way it is situated. So warehouse is not the ideal location, or it's not the ideal use, may not be in top 10 uses for anybody, but that is a result of the settlement that the township entered with the developer. And we have done everything within our power to make it so that the impact on neighborhood is minimum. Will traffic be generated? Yes, traffic will be generated, but the traffic by original plan would have been much worse, and all that traffic would be coming inside the inside West Windsor as opposed to this traffic. And I was glad that the county insisted that they get their own traffic light. So there's no reason for majority of the trucks to come into West Windsor. I mean, majority of those trucks will go to 133 and or even if they want to go to 295, they can go on Old Trenton Road and go that. So we are going to get traffic from those 2 warehouses no matter what, if the trucks want to come this way. But this is the best in the long term for West Windsor, and that's why that decision was made.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me, Mr. Ippolito. I know, sir, but you didn't answer this question. Hang on a second. Just hang on a second, because I'm going to ask that question. Okay? One last time, I'd like to have discussion as to whether there's a possibility that the loading, unloading bays be on the east side of the structure as opposed to the west side. I think we heard information about that on April 6th, but let's just hear it once again for the people that are here.
I mean, Jay, I can answer that question because that question did come up. And the reason the way the warehouse is situated is because if you do it the other way, it comes within 100 feet of the housing. And the choice was whether to situate the wall of the warehouse within 100 feet of the boundary, or to keep the 300 feet as required by the ordinance, 300 feet setback as required by the ordinance. And that I spoke to the township professionals, and the decision was made to require a 300 feet.
Excuse me, sir.
300 feet, 300 feet setback.
Excuse me, would you like to be invited to leave?
So
Thank
this
you.
was decision made in consultation with the township professional, that so that nobody looks at the warehouse wall 100 feet from their home.
I think I remember testimony that if it was flipped around, then there would be no way to block the building height from the residencies.
Yeah, because of the wetlands in the northwest corner, the height of the berm can be only so high. So they looked at all the options, and this was the best option to keep it as far away from the residences as we possibly could.
Chair would like to entertain a motion, but let me say that parliamentary procedure indicates that when a deliberative body is considering action, any motion is stated in the positive. And if a majority of those voting don't agree with the motion, they will vote against it. So the chair will entertain a motion to approve application PB 21-11, subject to no variances, the various waivers that we have heard, and the numerous conditions that have been recorded by our attorney.
There's one variance. It's from the height of the
Oh, the
fence.
variance for the height of the fence. My bad, excuse me.
And I could go over the design waivers and the submission waivers, but I don't know that that's necessary. We've gone through all of them.
I think we've had a lot of discussion on
Yeah.
it.
Do you want me to go through any of the conditions that I have notes on, as opposed to, I don't think I have to go through the conditions that are in any of the reports, because we've pretty thoroughly gone through those. If you want, I can go through the,
Let's get a motion.
I'll make the motion.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Excuse me?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the application that's on the floor. The board has an opportunity to comment on the motion if they do.
Okay, I just want to make sure, at the last meeting, the applicant agreed to do the recommendations in the report of their noise consultant that's dated March 29th. And that was, as an administrative control, trucks should be prohibited from idling for prolonged periods of time. And during nighttime hours, audible backup signal use should be prohibited, or the truck should be equipped with audible backup signals that are limited to 100 dB output sound power level. I want to make sure that that's part of the conditions of the approval.
Well, first of all, didn't we hear testimony earlier tonight that the idling time is
Well, I
3
know-
minutes?
3 minutes.
So that's covered.
Okay, and the others? They agreed to that at the last meeting. I want to make sure that Jerry had that in there.
I'm sure you already have a note on it, but what page is that? Alan?
It's page 3, 4.0, down at the bottom
Well, whose report?
of the noise consultant,
Oh, okay.
good friend.
Okay. Jerry has it.
Okay, thank you.
What was the final decision on the fence?
On what?
On the fence?
On the fence? The the township will retain a acoustical engineering consultant who will study the matter of STC 31 versus STC 39. That study's cost will be borne by the applicant. And if the expert determines that STC 39 standard should be applied and convinces Messrs. Guzik, Dobromilsky, and Jepson that that's appropriate, then the applicant will be required to meet STC 39.
So our three consultants who already believe 39 is best will be the ones to make the final decision
Based upon the study.
based on the
And-
study.
And they are required to be objective in how they evaluate.
Okay.
And Gene, when we talked about that earlier, we use the language meaningful difference. We'll include that. If there's a meaningful,
In the opinion of the acoustical expert.
right, meaningful difference. I'll keep that in.
Yes.
That should be the, as far as what's considered meaningful, that should be our people that would decide that, I would assume, based on what the acoustical expert report is.
You guys are on the hot seat.
Yeah.
I think ultimately it should be a decision by the three.
You okay, sir?
All right.
Jodica? You okay? Mayor, do you have any comments or questions?
No, I'm okay.
Mike?
No, I'm good.
Tonight, we have heard,
Gene? Gene?
sorry,
Recess
Rob.
here.
You go left, you didn't go right.
Oh, I was down now and I'm sorry, but go ahead, Rob.
Listen, I'm the newest, oldest member. I wish that we would have had an analysis somehow.
Could you
Speak
move the mic closer, please, Rob?
Yep. I wish we would have had an analysis that would have indicated.
Rob,
to-
you
indicated
need to
the good
speak
people
into
here.
the
I
mic.
heard you and I'm going to say it. Just give me a second.
I don't think the mic is working.
Just give me a second. I wish we would have had an analysis where the building would have been reoriented. So the fine people that showed up here tonight could go home and know that even though the building would have been closer to the property line, the noise level would have had a different result. I think it would have been good for them to know that. And I understand the ordinance kind of created this situation. I know they probably prefer not to look at a building 200 feet closer. But as Alan had mentioned, and I think it's a very good point, you're looking at something ugly to begin with. You're still going to be looking at something ugly now, a berm and a fence on top of it. I just think it would have been helpful to know what that differentiation would have been in the noise level if the building had been oriented differently.
Excuse me, sir. Appreciate your comment, Rob. We don't have that.
You don't.
Anything else, Rob?
That's enough. No.
Yeah. Alan? Curtis?
I'm okay.
Andrea?
Well, I think I've probably talked for a few people tonight. Enough for a few people. I said probably talked for enough for a few people tonight, but I think we've made some changes. Yeah, I know that if the building was switched this way, there might have been this, there still would have been trucks. I guess there's 50 different ways to do something. But given that this is a court case and given that we have made the agreement to do this as opposed to having the 400 homes, which I know 400 high density homes, which would have caused a lot more traffic probably within the residential areas and on some of the side roads, in addition to the damage to the schools. We were kind of a rock and a hard place. And I'm hoping we've done as much as we can to ameliorate some of the issues with the warehouse, and we're, pretty much where we are. Thanks.
Earlier tonight, we heard extensive testimony from a noise consultant on behalf of the applicant. We then heard response testimony by the applicant's noise witness. And as the mayor observed, I think we could have study upon study upon study. But the proof of the pudding will be after construction is complete, what is the result? And that is a condition that is in the application or in the potential approval, is it not, Jerry?
Yes.
So, and there were various questions raised about stormwater management. The expert for the applicant has provided direct answers on those. Questions about traffic. We discussed the number of parking spaces. The trucks, number of trucks at one time, we've gone over that. It seems to me, as my colleague Andrea has just said, as many things have been addressed as possible, and that this is something that complies with the zoning other than the height of the fence. I am prepared to call for a vote unless anyone else wants to speak. Cindy, call the roll of the board on this motion to approve application PB 21-11.
Pass and return to me.
What was the vote?
I'm going to pass.
You mean abstain?
No, I'm not abstaining. Just going to pass and ask to be returned.
I'm sorry. It's a yes, no, or abstain.
I don't believe that's the case. Jerry, can I get a ruling on that? Am I entitled to pass?
Yeah, I think Rob is entitled to pass and come back to him.
What was that, Jerry?
What Rob is asking is that you just come back to him, that he vote later. And I think he's entitled to
come
that.
back to him.
Oh, you want to defer your vote? Is that what you're saying, Rob?
Pass.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood your use of the word pass.
Yes.
Mr. Chittell,
Yes.
Mr. Hoberman,
Yes.
Ms. Applebit,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mandel,
Yes.
Mayor Morante,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Clark,
Yes.
Chairman O'Brien.
I will defer my vote until Mr. Rivera speaks.
I don't get that. I understand why I did it. I don't understand why you did. But okay. I'm going to say no.
Chairman O'Brien.
I vote yes. So the vote is 8 affirmative, 1 negative, no abstentions. The motion is approved, and therefore application PB 21-11 is approved, subject to the 1 variance, the various waivers, and the numerous conditions. There will be a document prepared called the Resolution of Memorialization. And this board, at a future meeting, will be reviewing that Resolution of Memorialization to one last time make sure that all of the conditions that have been discussed tonight are included in that Resolution of Memorialization. Sam, do you have any announcements? May 11. With no further business to come before the board, I declare this meeting adjourned at 12:22 a.m. on April 28th. Thank you all for coming out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.